Live.
Onomatopoeia.
Onomatopoeia.
Of
Good boy.
course.
What?
Wait a minute.
Who just said that?
I didn't say anything.
So it was Ark.
Yeah, so is Ark, totally.
It was me. Yes.
You piece of shit. Anyway, the floor is yours, Phil.
Right. I'm desperately cycling through my YouTube D&D music playlist in search of the background music that I.
Stop reading the comments.
There's nothing more funny to me. But anyways. All right, here is the Laguz soundtrack.
Craig.
All right. Previously in the Stained Glass Lands, the party began their journey through the city of Laguz, a quartered city in which there were 4 distinct locations, all dedicated towards training, housing, guiding soon-to-be paladins in their journey to swear their oaths to one of the 6 residing risen pantheon deities, Marin, who is responsible for knighting paladins and granting them their powers. The party entered and had a confrontation with a man known as the Whistler, a Kenku who is in service to another of the risen pantheon deities, Beldain, the Witch of Hate, who Chain briefly prayed to and had a mark left on his soul because of it. You continued your way to the Sunbringer's quarter, in which Agarax, one of the 4 individuals you met on your way to Laguz, was sated to undergo a ritual, an exorcism by the hands of a specialist paladin who is known for excising such magical tumors. And you eventually, when the time was right, encountered a woman known as Half-Face, a bronze dragonborn with the right side of her face exposed. You can see muscles, sinew, teeth, a lack of scales, a lack of horn, wielding a massive maul like a walking stick, sort of beating against the marble stone ground with every 2 steps, rather ominously. Her eye socket of the ruined side of her face you instantly recognize to contain the 3rd shard of Irica that you have seen. And she made some comments towards you, not quite threatening, but imposing nonetheless, in which she implied that should you utilize the powers of the shards incorrectly as a paladin of Xanthius, the tyrant's adjudicator, the bronze dragon's statue god, she would be obligated to hunt you down. She also made a reference to being quite old. She seemed to have been around during the time of Rising when the 6 new gods ascended to their throne and cautioned you as a consequence of that. We find ourselves in the Church of Absolution now. Half-Face has left, leaving you to see about a dozen Aarakocra going about their duties cleaning up after the ritual. You can see the 2 main priests, one of which you met at the entrance, one of which Fenton spoke to. Sort of manning the fire in the center of this underground ritual room. And you can see Agarax, thin, gaunt, sort of slumped on the ground. There are burn marks along his scales, sort of being talked to, lifted up to his feet by the far larger Mauve. seems to have a stormy expression on her face. What would you like to do?
I'm
It's
surprised Mauve is
half
not
past
beating the
midnight,
shit out of Erikoku right now.
I believe at the end of the last session, Koshra was urging Chain to approach Mauve and Agrax,
Which
and we were
Chain,
both walking up there.
Yeah, Chain was gonna go up and try and help with Agarax if either of them would let him help.
Sure. Agrax looks at you with a bit of suspicion, and Mauve kind of interposes herself between you two, and she's the one who speaks up and says, "Hell do you want?"
I was just gonna try and help. I don't.
You can see her eyes kind of change a bit and says, "Right. I'll get his other shoulder."
Chain will get under his other shoulder.
You can see she's very much allowing you to help. You're a rather scrawny Kenku, but in either case, you help sort of lift the half-conscious Agarax until he's being basically fireman carried around Mauve's shoulders. He's not a very weighty dragonborn. And she just looks at you, Chain, and says, "You're not half bad. You and Agarax might yell the hell out of each other, but, I mean, look, you're just both too damned angry. And I've seen what anger can do to fucking people. Ruins goddamn lives. Ruined mine, so if you want to end up like me, I guess, pick up a bottle, yell at people you care about. But I don't think you want that, Chain, don't you?"
It's already started to threaten to ruin mine.
Well, if it started, it means it didn't fucking end, so don't give up. Move out of the way, and she heads down the staircase.
Chain will continue to follow.
So what are your plans for the night? Just directs to the rest of the party.
Well, I think we're all pretty shot.
Yeah. These fucking paladins here probably won't care if you spend the night. I guess that's what they're here for, but I'm here to watch over Agrax. Now, we planned on swearing oaths tomorrow, all four of us. Well, 3 minus Selima. Kind of sours her face a bit, but I don't know about
Did you say?
Selima.
Reed's
That's his fucking name.
pupils begin to dilate.
What's wrong with him?
Many things.
Oh, whoa.
It is a name, Reed.
It is.
Whatever mush is in his mind is still churning, so I give him some time, I guess.
It's
More like screaming.
Well, fair enough.
only a name.
It is a name with steep connotations, I am aware, but you've met the storyteller.
The snake. He could have information, weaknesses, histories. We should find him.
Why didn't you talk to him earlier?
I did speak to the snake earlier. He called me a gnoll.
You are a gnome.
And
I had no patience for the snake's tongue.
And now you do?
I want to know how to kill that bitch and Salama.
Oh.
Don't we all fucking want to?
That scream. That's one from him, Agrax. That was the same.
Yeah?
What is in him?
So you take a step back and look at Reed with a bit of caution. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. He made bad decisions. Blamed the wrong fucking people for his problems. And I guess something was listening. But he's a good kid. No matter what he did wrong. You see how much pain he's in?
Pain does not make someone good. Pain only teaches a pain pain can break people.
Can you even feel fucking pain anymore, you piece of shit goddamn undead thing? Look, I tried to help you. But I'm not gonna let you hurt Agarax. Okay?
I will not hurt. I want to know where we may find you in the future.
I don't know where the hell Sting's going to be. He's probably out cold somewhere, drunk, but Agarax and I said we'd go back to Teorisaz, try to do something right. Fight back undead, maybe not join the Hell Knights, join mercenaries, volunteers trying to beat back the Scourge.
Just stay away from the green cloaks or the grass bloods.
Run into the wrong side, huh?
On any of their side in that city.
No, the Green Cloaks are on the wrong side, I'd say. They fight both for Teorisaz and against Teorisaz, whoever pays them. And you know where all of that gold goes?
I would imagine straight to the jackal.
Yep. Guess where his fat ass is?
Sitting in the same fucking tavern in the same fucking chair, huffing the same fucking air.
Yeah. He's been upset recently for the past couple months. Don't know what happened, but anyways. That's where we'll be if you want to find us.
Poor choice. Very bad choice.
I don't give a
And I
fuck what
hope-
you think, with respect.
Then I hope when we eventually make our way to Terisaz for our own business, that we find you still breathing that putrid
We'll be there.
air.
We'll be there. You fight well, so I'll happy to fight shoulder to shoulder with you again. But if I could ask a favor of any of you, I know you all want to have a little chat with that snake. There's a reason I've kept him in my sight. If you find it within your goddamn hearts to look for Sting wherever he may be and beat some sense back into his mind, get him to actually swear his fucking oath tomorrow morning, I'd be very appreciative. I think we make a decent team, so I'd rather not fuck it up.
Are you hoping to have him meet you at the cathedral tomorrow morning?
Yeah. I don't care if he's Wheeled on a stretcher, carried over someone's goddamn shoulder, or walking on his actual feet, but whatever it takes to get him there.
That should be
And
doable.
the snake.
And before you get any ideas, Marin does not like alcohol, so can't learn with a goddamn bottle this time. That's what I usually do, but not this time. He said he'd quit it if once he swore his oath, so maybe that's why he's not too excited. But anyways.
Hmm.
You guys take care. I like you. Follow you, no matter how living you are. She looks at Reed.
Yeah.
You take well as well. Both.
Don't be strangers, okay? And she begins to push on by. We'll be there tomorrow for the goddamn ceremony if you want to come, so.
We were told we would not be allowed to watch, but only
Yeah.
wait until you
We
were
stand
done.
in line and go into double doors. We have an audience with Marin if you want. You can chat with him too, but I can't promise your survival if you're not actually swearing an oath. He doesn't like being bothered. I guess it's a luxury of being a goddamn god. But anyways, have a good night.
Good night.
Can I see
you,
like
Wolf.
which room they go into?
Yeah, it's not too hard to follow them. They have a room in sort of this U-shaped courtyard location. The beds are very comfortable, very nice. It's an Aarakocra tavern. What do you expect?
Then, if I could, Chain is going to go back to the fountain and collect some of the water
Get that away from me.
and his water skin, and take it to Mav and Agarex.
Oh. You're not half bad, bird. Just gonna take it and slowly kind of pour it into Agarax's mouth. He stirs a little bit and groans agonizingly and sort of rubs the scales where there is now ash.
Try putting like a wet cloth or something if you have it over the burn. It helps. Sucks a lot too, but
You know about them?
Chain pulls his scarf down to show his throat. Not fire, but burn. Different kind of burn.
She kneels, looks at them for a second, and stands, pats her on the shoulder. For Leonin patting a Kenku on the shoulder, it's quite battering, but says, yeah. Could tell you've been through some shit, you got that look in your eye. Thanks,
I
though.
think tonight I realized that Agarax and I weren't very different.
Took you long fucking enough. Holy shit. She clicks her tongue. You're all too young.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you live long enough to grow up, so if that means anything to you.
Working on it.
Yeah.
Well, I'll leave you guys be, I guess, but just wanted to try and help however I could.
You got a good heart, Shane. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise, okay?
I'll believe it when I can get rid of this fucking purple.
Look at me, Shane. Look at me in the eyes, okay?
Chain does so.
Fuck Beldane.
Mav, my beloved.
Oh.
Tell her to shove the moon up her ass or something. She already got the sun, might as well get the other.
Well, she has the moon somewhere, so might be there already.
Yeah. Prick. Go get some rest.
You too.
Ah, well. At some point. grumbles and closes the door behind you.
Oh.
What are you doing?
Going to fuck to bed. It's midnight.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lorenzo's tired.
No, back to sleep for
Ah.
sure.
Where you are resting in this place.
Take the knife and smash your room up for you.
It's relative
I
what
only need
furry.
like 4 hours of rest to get a long rest, right?
You are not a Welpenol.
Okay.
So that would be for me.
Lorenz is, yeah.
Yeah.
If you sleep under the stars, they do have outwards balconies where Arakakra would look at the sunrise, but nothing's stopping you from sleeping out there.
Nocturnal fox.
Go ahead and take a long rest.
Woohoo!
Successfully. Nobody will attack you in this Arakakra tavern. You're able
My
to
spells
successfully
return.
accomplish one.
Yes.
God,
oh.
Oh yeah, I forgot that we only recover 1 hit dice each long rest.
Now, Reed, you
You should
mentioned...
recover half of your hit dice.
Oh,
every
Do
half.
any of you
Okay.
wish to do anything before, during, or directly after the rest?
Directly after, I would like to see if I could find Sting if he's anywhere nearby.
Sure. Last time you heard, he was yesterday at the bloody pit in the bloody quarter of this tavern, where the chaotic evil-aligned individuals and paladins of slaughter congregate. An authentic Gnoll slum.
Incredible and not at all terrifying. Great.
If
Perhaps
she's
we
going there,
want
I'm
to-
following.
I was gonna say perhaps we want to split into 2 groups of 3 and grab Sting and Selima.
Yeah.
Yeah. I imagine
Sure.
Reed wants to go speak to the snake.
I'm going to the snake as well.
I guess I'll go to the snake too.
Chain will go
Alright.
with Leora and Foskra to help them navigate slums.
Foshka's been in Syriza, so he knows what he's doing.
I bet.
All
This
right.
is true, but I also don't want him.
Growl
Just,
at any knoll that tries to block your way.
I also
Reed,
just don't need him to fucking haul off and punch a knoll or some shit.
yeah.
Real.
No, that's what you do. You haul off and punch a knoll.
Correct. It's like they're like sharks. They take bites
You gotta
to
punch him on the snout.
We have very different ways
Alright.
of navigating slums.
Foskra is followed by a trail of whimpering dog noises.
On our way out of the temple, though, I did want to talk to the. I'm gonna butcher her fucking name, so I'm gonna just say the front desk lady.
all right. Then we will start with you. You can see there's a different attendant, but it's not too hard to track down Sildigan. You can see her, especially in the morning as the sun rises. A clear day. There's the brisk chill of a winter wind that is heralding in autumn as the summer has ended and is inching closer towards winter. But you can see her sort of kneeling on a raised pavilion, her arms kind of at the sky. You can see 2 flames in her palms. She's muttering something.
Seeing that she's praying, I'm gonna just wait for her to finish.
Doesn't take too long, and she stands, turns your way, and says, "Right, Chain, was it?
Yeah.
I presume you wish to speak to me since you are here."
Yeah, I wanted to ask for some advice. I know that you said yesterday that getting rid of Beldane is going to be mostly on me, and to try and find what I actually hate instead of just like the surface. But I was just wondering if you had any other advice. I tried, yesterday, and this isn't a threat. I wanted to try and show you something. I'm gonna summon a soul knife real quick.
Mm.
And he'll like summon his psionic blade to show like the purple kind of infecting
There are
it almost.
ugly purple speckles on it, kind of like a spreading rot. But so here, look at you. Good.
He's gonna say, I tried doing that, and the purple just seemed to spread, and I panicked and stopped. And I don't know if it's like one of those things where it's gonna get worse before it gets better, or if you have any.
Jane, I want you to understand one thing. You can fight something without having to hate it. Hate is a symptom of a lack of understanding. If you do not, well, at least have you seen all of these paladins here? Not all of them share my views. It is because they do not, I suppose, allow it within them to understand the perspective of a Kenku. I've seen what you have gone through, and I've seen what you have done in terms of aiding your friends. And Beldain will hold your heart hostage, provided there is any hate inside of it. What is it that you hate, Shane? Tell me.
It feels like a lot of things, really. I don't think there's
So, separate them. Identify them. If you cannot give me a good answer as to why you hate, you yourself do not know. And I posit to you, my Kenku friend, that as soon as you start trying to extricate yourself and place a magnifying scope on what it is precisely that you hate, you'll find that there is nothing at all left. And that is, at that point, Beldain will have no purchase over you. Do you understand me?
I understand the concept, but I don't.
If you wish to
understand how
leave me with one lesson to remember, it is that if you feel hate, take a second to identify what specifically you have drawn your ire towards. If you look up at the sun and despise it for everything it stands for, think of how it feels against your feathers, the warmness it brings to you, rather than the aspects of it you might have convinced yourself you dislike. If you hate, I don't know, a butterfly flying freely in the meadow because you are jealous of how happy and carefree it is, unchained by whatever binds you, recognize that it is you who are jealous, not that thing that is deserving of hate. Take a moment to clarify your thoughts. In that clarity comes wisdom you yourself can develop. I trust you to do so, Chain.
And what of people that have done wrong or wronged me in some way?
Well, there are a few different interpretations of what you should do. I, myself, find it much easier to breathe when I can laugh at them as the idiots they are, rather than hold it against them and try to do something about them. You will not be able to change everything in the world, Chain. You realize that?
Yes.
So let it go. It is difficult, but easy in an odd way. It may feel contradictory until you understand it yourself, but try to understand it. Do you hear me, Chain?
I do.
You can see her sigh. She's aged for an Aarakocra, and there are lines where they shouldn't be. She kind of rubs her hand on her beak. I spend so long trying to convince these hard-headed paladins around me that, yes, Kvara also pledges honesty and redemption. All of them seem to want to simply draw swords. It is exhausting. But do not let my woes bother you. You have things to do. You have places to go.
Thank you again for everything.
Yeah. You don't need to thank me. I've already pledged myself to it. But expressing modesty and appreciation is a good trait. Run along now.
That's all I got.
Your turns to administrations when you leave. Alright. Would one person from one group like to roll a 1d20 and another person from the other group roll a 1d20? We'll see who goes first.
Who's in the snake group?
That would be you, Fenton, and Lorenz.
I rolled a 12. Oh,
Oh, alright.
Shane rolled.
We will be doing the bloody quarter first.
Excellent. I'll get my popcorn.
Hooray! Slums.
Welcome to Noldum.
Goody.
I was in here
Love it.
yesterday.
Barely.
He's here now.
He better not be. He's not allowed here anymore. He got kicked out of this town.
Ooh, can we retcon a psychic whispers just in case?
Oh, Shane.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll throw up a psychic whispers with let's see, I'll do me, Fenton, Leora, and Lorenz. We'll do the
Oh, never picks me.
No, because the first time it was fucking useless with you.
It was useless with me too. But you
Yeah,
still
but now
picked me
you're-
last time.
Well,
Now you at
maybe,
least-
maybe,
at
maybe
least
if you
learn
tried
about it.
harder.
You gotta scream louder in his head, Shane.
Look,
Your
your
voice has to
voice
be
is
louder than
already
the
in there
rest.
a couple times. You just have to
Alright,
make yours
this
unique.
Is,
2 hours.
yep, we got 2 hours.
Alright.
Let's see if we last 2 hours.
It's just before dawn. The sun is still on the rise. You can already see more here the massive double doors of this large cathedral opening up, resounding with a ring throughout the throughout this rather small town. But the Bloody Quarter is a rather immediate change from where you enter it, I presume crossing the road, delineating the Meadow Quarter and the Bloody Quarter. And you can see hustle and bustle, yes, but it is more akin to dogs in a kennel barking at each other, moving and shifting in packs, looking for something to eat. The smell is pretty foul. You can see the water here resembles some of the more cesspool-like rivers that can be found elsewhere in Tlani. There's no green. It's all black and gray. Yellow eyes watch you as you enter, the three of you. Several of them follow you. You can see gnolls at a distance around a street corner, wrapping their claws around a corner and peering their heads out, yipping and snarling and laughing. It's an ominous experience. The Temple of Firnach is not too difficult to find.
Is that where the Colosseum is?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it seems to be a pit that's been dug into the ground and filled with sand, but it's not the color of sand you'd expect. It's also not the consistency of sand you'd expect. It is saturated with blood, so dry, caked, and clotted. There's no activity at this current moment, yes. But there are only about, or at least attached to this pit, you can see the remains of an inn, is the best you can call it. Planks falling apart, complete destitution, with a sign that sort of defiantly and proudly is emblazoned on top of it called Rotweld's Roost. There are skulls and bones that have been strung up on pillars around this sandy pit. And it seems like the only way to access this inn with anything that looks like a door would be to walk through it and up a staircase that leads from the audience bleachers into the inn proper.
I hate how familiar this feels. And
Are you
Fostro's gonna enter
passing
the inn.
passing through? There's immediately whoops and cheers because you can already see gnolls have started to camp out. This is the main thing they seem to do all day. Paladins of slaughter in training train by dueling each other to the death, apparently. It seems only the strongest of the pack rise. You can already see some scuffles on the inside, gnolls nipping at each other. There are some other aces, a Kenku or two, Tabaxi or two, red and white dragonborn, very rarely, but there don't seem to be. Maybe about 20% of the population is non-null. Gnolls are quite dominant here.
Do we
Several.
see Sting?
You can roll me a perception check.
Okay.
Dirty 20, and it can be higher if it needs to be.
Yeah, that's better than me.
Shane, it's very evident that Sting is not here. Now, you do know, however, that the only way to get a room inside this tavern is if you win a fight in this arena. If Sting survived the night, he would be inside. And if he died, then he died and wouldn't be here.
Is there someone at is there like a bar with someone tending it or anything like that? Or any semblance of something?
You'd have to get inside the bar first.
Yeah.
Would
I
I
don't
be
know
able
what that
to?
entails.
Would I be able to? Is there any way to like try and sneak inside, or is it like, nah, you have to?
You can certainly try. It's not the most well-kept tavern. You can see some of the windows are shattered. Some of the planks might be easily removable, but you can try if you'd like.
I guess I will discuss with Foskra and Leora. Well,
We could
taking
always
my-
just try to enter the front door. Or ask any of the ones out here if they have seen Sting. I imagine he stands out.
Well, it's either he died last night trying to get a room, or he won and got a room, and the only way to get a room is to win a fight. I'm not doing any one-on-one fighting. That is not what I'm good at. I can try and.
Where did Shane get that information? We just heard it from God.
And that's where he said that I would know that.
Well, and he probably wouldn't know that. Foshka
Oh.
would know that. He's seen these kinds of places. And beauty spots.
So anyway, Foshkra relays all that information to the other two.
So it's either someone goes down and fights to get a room. Or would Foskra know if like every person that goes in has to like fight to get a room, or is it like if Foskra goes and fights that we would all get a room?
To spend a night in the tavern, you need to win a fight. You can probably enter. You might get some flack for it, but Nothing's stopping you. People
Why
can
don't we
challenge you
try?
to a duel.
Why don't we try asking one of the potential patrons that wait outside if they have seen Sting? And if we get no good answers, then we can just try going inside. We are not here to stay the night, so we do not need to fight because we are not staying.
Well,
And
pick
with
your
that, Push
poison, I
returns to
guess.
one of the tabaxi outside.
Yeah, the one you encounter is heavily tattooed, female, scarred up, eye patch on one eye, wields what appears to be a saber, missing a few teeth.
You, tabaxi, have you seen
Fuck you
another?
want, you knock
I'm
off
asking a
dragon.
question.
Yeah, you fucking asked, alright.
Have you seen another tabaxi, male, way too overdressed for this sort of place?
Well, what's in it for me if I sell you?
I can give you a small bit of coin.
You can see a joke towards her compatriots. You can see there's a red dragonborn and all. This asshole thinks we want gold in this goddamn arena. Yeah?
I would
We're
rather
some
save myself for
performers in a
him.
theater out on a little stage, are we?
More like I would rather save myself with a duel that was already asked of me. One a bit more promising than what I see before me now.
Hmm. You want to duel Sting, is it?
He challenged me.
Then you should know where the fuck he is.
He came here after the challenge. I do not know if he is dead or alive, which is why
Oh,
I am
he's fucking
asking.
alive. He's a great duelist. Again, are you goddamn sure you want to fight him? Look, I won't accept your little pittance of gold, but I will make a bet on your life. I'll find him. I'll wager money on him. Then you guys will fight. Did you come alone?
Pushker looks back at Leora and Shane.
Ah, then I know exactly who I'll be getting money from when you eventually die. How does that sound?
I would prefer that none of us die, Sting included.
Shane just nudges
Yeah.
Leora.
Look, people have died. People need to die in this arena. That's what they come here for. Battles here are fatal. If you show mercy, well, you've got people who will put you in the ground. So, again, are you sure you want to duel Sting?
Not here.
That's a wise girl. You don't belong here. You look too soft. I advise you to get out.
We will go when I have had my words with Sting.
Hmm.
So either you get him, or I will simply go in and get him myself.
Right. You know, I've changed my mind. I'll take the gold. You got 5?
Yes, thank you for the pleasant information.
Thank you for the pleasant gold. As soon as her hands have wrapped around the coin, they disappear and you don't know where the coins went. But she will try to spit in your eyes and laugh at you as you walk away. What is your armor class?
16.
16. She hits, and some sort of sting in your eye. You can see her crack her smile and a laugh and said, "Yeah, get the fuck out of here now."
Like I said, too much like Teresa's this place. And Fushka will walk up to the entrance of the tavern to try and find Sting inside.
The other two do anything?
Yep.
Yes.
This tavern is, in the best of ways, a shithole. It
Just like
reeks of ale and dried blood. No effort has been made to wipe away the layers and layers of grime that have accumulated on almost every surface of this location, as if it were a matter of pride. It's dark and dingy in here. There are no lights, and the only windows, what few of them remain, are the only source of sunrise filtering in. There are a few people, mostly gnolls inside, but a couple that catch your eye. Sort of shoulders slumped a little bit, blue tail whipping behind her. A familiar blue dragonborn, Utherin, seems to be getting a head start for the day.
oh, I want to fucking kill him.
And two figures in the back, one a tall white dragonborn, and the other a sort of well-built, lithe leonin. Both wear green-ish scarves around their necks.
Hmm.
Are the ones with the green scarves with Utherin, or are they just in a
No.
different part of the car?
They're separate.
Oh,
And there is Sting,
bitch.
who seems to be engaging 4 or 5 gnolls in a tale, a story of some kind. You can hear his voice yell, raise. Seems to be enjoying himself.
First thing, Foshkra is going to put a restraining hand on Chain's shoulder as he sees the blue dragonborn.
You did send both shards to the slums.
We fucking did.
And then he's just gonna glance and slightly nod at the crossbloods in the corner. Thinks about maybe reaching into his pack to pull out his own green cloak, but decides to leave it in there for now. And then points to the other two where Sting is talking to everybody and walks up to him.
Chain will follow, but he's staring daggers at Utherin the entire time.
If you want to get it
I'm-
over with Chain, the best
Sorry.
way to do it is to make eye contact.
Which one? Who are you walking up to specifically?
Sting.
Sting. Okay. The green cloaks catch your eye in the corners. You give them a nod, and you can see the Leonin tilt her head on the side and gesture to her own scarf as if. Well, does Foshker wear a green cloak or a mark of a green cloak where he goes?
For the most part, he has the green cloak in his pack.
Okay.
So when he does need to wear it, like for anything official, then he does pull it out.
Would he in this instance?
Well, that's what I was saying is like he when he first nodded to them, he thought about maybe pulling it out just so they could see the green of it, but didn't. But if they're making gestures and asking if he has one, then he'll like
No, then they would
out.
not recognize him as a green cloak, and they would watch you but not pay you any direct attention. They do not seem to recognize you.
Okay. Yeah, he'll only pull it out if he needs to.
Makes sense. Sting seems to be regaling a bunch of gnolls in a rather predictably gruesome, explicit depiction of a brawl of bandits in the dunes of the Shimmering Sands. You can see he looks a bit bored, actually, since the gnolls seem to be cheering and clapping and slavering more at the mention of gory details of fights rather than the rather passionate poem-like grace with which he is reciting some tale of revenge, a common little desperado tale told by many bards in the sands. And he turns to you and said, "Ah, hello, friends. who might appreciate something more than the gory bits. Why are you here? Gives an elegant bow, well dressed as ever.
We have come because your friends have asked to see you again.
And why would I want to?
I believe you have an oath to swear today, don't you?
Well, I was thinking. He raises a claw and puts it out. Do I need a god if I am to train in this wonderful establishment of desperados, dueling aficionados, and other sorts of miscreants and mercenaries? I have everything I need here.
And how many of those here do you actually see as a true challenge to your skills?
You can see him slink down from the table he stood on and taps you right on the chest. Just one.
So you're determined to fight me in the Blood Sands.
Am I? Perhaps I am. No offense to either of you. She looks towards Chain. You're too frail. You're like the shadows. I prefer the uh, waving of a flag and the shout of a duelist on the battlefield, striking down everyone he combats. And you, looks towards Leora, you are a healer. Useful, yes, but how do I say it? Not good for watching, not good for entertainment value. These gnolls want blood. But if you, Hamad, truly wish to convince me that I need the power of a god, who demands that I don't drink to grow strong enough to take vengeance on that which I wish, the weeping woman of the shimmering sands, then you'll have to prove it to me. Prove that I am myself not strong enough. If I win, I won't kill you. If you win, I guess I'll go beaten and bloody to that Anubian.
There is one problem with your choice of arena thing.
Did I say arena? No, no, no. We can do it outside on the city street. I don't care much for gnolls, mind you. They are too caught up in the thick of it to appreciate the beauty of a combat.
Would you care to do it in the style of my people?
Which is?
The circle of flame-kissed ground. You enter with your own honor and courage. Fight with only weapons granted to you by birth.
Ah. So, I would posit to you, Foshkra, that this is a matter of honor for you, yes?
If done in a circle, then yes.
And what do you say? Look at me. I don't have a jaw like yours. I can't spit fire. Is it fair? Is it fairer to rely on the whims of nature that we have no control over? Or is it more fair to rely on the skills we have developed over the course of our lives? I'm skilled with blades, not hands.
Mm.
I will fight you, yes. But say you were fighting a mage in a duel in their cultures, and they require that only spellcasting would be utilized. Because for them, that is fair, that is just, that is reasonable. Do you see my point?
Then you are correct. If you wish to test your skills, then the ignorant way would not be for you. For we wish to test the strength that we have ourselves. Nothing granted by weapons or armor.
You know, you all Ignans are the same. Every single one. Not that it's a bad thing. If you think you're honorable, then I have just said all Ignans are honorable. But come, let's duel. I will be bringing my rapier. You can fight with your hands if you so choose.
And will we do it in this town? Or do you have a more suitable place where blood-hungry gnolls are not watching from every corner?
It is up to you. I advise not doing so in the Sunbringer's corner. The meadow corner would be good.
That was what I was thinking as well.
Then off we go, my friends. Off we go. He rises to his feet and twirls a dagger that he has been holding in one hand and places it into his side, or a sheath on his side. Adieu, my friends, my listening gnolls. I will be back soon. And he wades away from the throng of gnolls without waiting for you guys to catch up.
I don't know. You could trust that Foshgrid is close behind.
Mm. The gnolls seem
Shane,
to
stop staring at the
respect
Dragonborn.
Jane is staring down the Dragonborn the entire way out the door.
Because Uthrin shift and look into your eyes and just tilt her head, smile, go back to her drink.
God damn it, Shane! You just let her know we're in the city.
Jane will he'll flash his psionic blade with the purple in it.
Stop intimidating people in the knoll corner.
Bold coming from the lizard.
Look, I am built to be intimidating.
She whispers something, a message spell, and Chain you can hear in your mind. I knew that you would walk here with one. I did not expect you to have two. And that is all she says.
God damn it, Shane.
Am I able to respond, or is it just a
Yeah,
one-way
it's a
thing?
message spell.
It goes one way.
Oh, it's one way? Yeah, it's one way then.
Is it one way? Hold on, let me see.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it is.
I think a message spell allows one response.
And I can reply.
Okay.
Chain will just go. Wait, how does she even know about the second one? Because we had that one too with us, and she only knew about the one the first time.
It wasn't activated.
Well, if it's activated now, it exudes magic, right? She's a mage. She knows magic.
Well, Chain will just respond with, "Your days are numbered. You're a fucking coward."
Says the king.
At least we escaped Donnie and Hyde without selling people out.
I think you escaped him. Oh, no.
She's just sending message after message.
It's a cantrip. I am excited for you to make it to Estelheim. The Order sends its regards.
Which one?
The cyclic one.
Meh.
Enjoy your drink. Am I doing anything further?
Following
no.
Sting.
Yeah, Shane is just doing all this while walking out.
Holy shit, are you going through the entire Null Quarter without rolling initiative once? God damn.
Now that you have Sting with you, the Gnolls seem to part ways with him. He seems to have earned some respect, presumably by killing a couple. But that's simply a Gnoll thing.
Jane will also notify Fenton and Lorenz via the psychic whispers that Lutheran's in the Null Quarter.
You're not gonna let him know we found Sting.
No, that's irrelevant.
Yeah, that's relevant. That's part of the job that we're doing. I'm
Just
letting them know
like
about the other thing.
Sting.
Let us
Alright.
know if you think we should peel off and come your way.
No, we're leaving her for now. We have Sting.
Foshka, the second you take a step into the meadow quarter, you find a rapier placed at your neck, and you can see Sting sort of smile and laugh and back away, sort of whipping it through the air a few times. Right. Now. Are you ready?
Pushker like slings his pack off of his shoulders and kind of just drops it on the ground near Shane and Leora. Rolls his shoulders back, cracks his knuckles. Let's get this over with.
Yes. Then we shall begin. Who would like to play Sting?
I'll play Sting.
God damn it, Shane! Should I put my toe on the board somewhere?
Yeah. All I'm saying is good luck. He is a swashbuckler duelist.
Yeah.
All right. Let me see.
I need access to
The
his
mouse is coming out. Yeah.
There's a mouse character?
Squeak, squeak.
No.
How many Leonin are currently sleeping it off in the meadow right now?
All of them. They're lounging about. Some of them are just like on a tree, slumped over, splayed out in a meadowland somewhere.
Like a pride of lions.
Yes, precisely. All right, Frost. I believe you should be able to access his sheet. You can drag his token out.
Huzzah!
All right. So roll initiative.
Drag his token out, but it did not seem to appear.
Did not seem to appear.
Oh, now both of them just came up. Okay.
Your roll 20 is a little slow today.
I'm gonna go ahead and give Sting the long rest since he's still at the same shit.
That's
from,
yes is wild. Yes.
No, he doesn't need a long rest. What are you talking about?
Chain reminder about the weapon rules. I will pull them up and send them to you if you'd like. Sting dual wields a dagger and a rapier.
Yes, I do need to pull that up because I've not used actual weapons this entire thing. Besides,
None of you do.
I have a short bow that I use on occasion, but I need to go longer than 60 feet.
Not a single one of you wields an actual weapon.
Foskra, I hope you have a plan for this.
My rapier
I'm
fell.
sorry.
I have a little bit of a plan.
Yeah, my plan was to
quick
talk
here.
my way out of this.
It's finesse, parry, and skewering.
Finesse, parry, and skewering.
Yep.
Well, we knew finesse.
Skewering, if you land a crit or if it beats the target's AC by 5, then the next attack against that person has your proficiency bonus added to the roll. I don't know what parry does.
Parry, actually, let me check the numbers on it, but
Yes.
it allows you to
Yeah.
raise your armor class by 1 as a reaction, or by 2 if you're wielding 2 weapons or with the parry feature, which daggers do have. As he's a dual wielder, then he can raise it by 2.
Well, actually, it says you increase, at least like the thing that you had before, it says that you increase it by your proficiency bonus.
Oh, pardon me, it's half proficiency bonus and proficiency bonus, then yes. So it is 3 in this case.
Gotcha. Perfect. Sweet.
All right.
As a reaction.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Okay.
Initiative?
Music on. Go ahead and roll initiative. You can see Sting start about 30 feet away. He raises his rapier, dagger in one hand, and gives you an elegant bow. And then you can see him shrug his cloak over one shoulder and raise it kind of like a cloth to disguise where his hand wielding his dagger actually is.
Fel, do you know if the bonus AC from dual wielder is already in his armor class, or
Yes.
it is? Gotcha.
Actually, no. Let me see. No, he doesn't wear any armor, so that is accurate.
Perfect. All right. Just wanted to make sure that that was good for.
2 armorless people fighting each other.
Average duel.
Yeah, I figured that was going to happen.
Well, yeah, he's a swashbuckler. He gets to add his fucking charisma to his initiative.
Yes, he can. All right. Go ahead and make your attack. Sting immediately with blistering speed rushes forward and lances out. Well, if the dagger will appear, that's up to you, Jane.
Ooh.
That does not hit.
That does not hit. You're able. Oh,
That hits.
that hits. You can see him feint with his rapier. Foshkroy dodge the attack, but the cloak whips away and the dagger slashes upwards across your chest.
Ooh.
Yeesh.
Yeah, I said I hope you have a
21 points of
plan.
damage.
21. God damn.
You're basically challenging him to his favorite and best thing to try to change his mind that it's not his favorite and best thing.
If only I could have spoken with him with my charisma.
I don't think that was going
You
to change his mind
also-
anyway.
My charisma's
Up
20
to you.
plus 5.
Foshkra will never allow a charisma roll before a fight, silly.
You should have said
The
something on the way here.
dagger, as it curves upwards, notches between your 2 scales in a very precise strike. Blood seeps from his blade as he withdraws it and kind of stands back in a defensive stance. Changing your
Okay.
mind, Dignam. Gives you a bow.
Is it my turn?
Chain.
Yeah, it's your turn.
Okay.
Fosh,
Well-
you're up.
You know what's happening.
Yes.
After getting bloodied, Foshker is just going to bellow into Sting's face as that inner fiery glow shines out from his chest. It runs down his torso, along his back, and into his tail. Everyone wakes up at once. And then, instead of attacking with his tail, he is going to I don't know why this is happening, but he is going to, as he rages, heat up his Sting's rapier with heat metal.
Okay. Interesting. That is a plan. Yes. Okay.
So that is my spell save DC, which should be my wisdom, as we discussed before.
Yes.
I don't know why it's not in there in the card. let's see. My wisdom's only a +1, so I don't know what the DC would be.
So your proficiency bonus is 3 currently. It would be 8 plus your
Yes.
proficiency bonus, which is 3 plus 1 for 12.
Okay. So Sting needs to roll a wisdom save. Oh, I'm sorry, Constitution save.
Yes. He
Uh,
does take 2d8 fire damage immediately, though.
Yes. So let me go ahead and roll that.
It's an intelligence saving throw there.
Oh,
That's an intelligence, not Constitution. Ooh, he
just like-
fails.
He's not a very robust person, but
So he can't let go. That means he's forced to keep hold of the weapon.
Are you sure?
But he's going to take the fire damage again, and he has disadvantage on the attack.
Are you sure that's how this spell works?
Let me see. I think that's what I read. Choose a manufactured weapon takes 2d8 damage until the spell ends. You can use a bonus action each of your turns or subsequent turns to cause this damage again. If it doesn't drop the object, it has disadvantage on its attack rolls ability until the start of my next turn.
So
When they can make the save again to try to drop the item.
it's not that they have to keep holding on to it. It's that if they
Oh.
fail it, they are forced to drop it.
Oh, or drop the object if it can. Okay.
yes.
All right. So he drops
It
the
means
object.
provided the spell remains, if Sting picks it up again, then he will have to suffer that damage as well.
Okay.
But yeah, Sting.
So there's the fire
it's 5
damage.
points of damage. Yeah. Kind of snarls and drops the rapier as it begins to heat with a red hot glow.
And that is Pushker's turn, as he can't take a second attack since that was his action. But I dealt damage, so my rage stays.
It does. Can you concentrate on a spell while you're raging?
Rules is written no, but I thought we had talked about that as well.
Actually, I believe it is
Because
in
these
the
are Ignan
document
rolls.
that
Yeah.
racial spells from Ignans can be used while raging, yes.
Yeah.
That's what's scary about them. All right. What would you like Sting to do, Chain?
Well, seeing as the dagger or the rapier is under that effect right now, he'll strike first with his dagger.
Okay. 18. Okay. I'm going to use my tail reaction and roll a d8 to increase my AC. Why did that roll twice? Anyway, by
The
5.
first one.
So
23.
that does not beat my AC.
Oh.
Does Sting have a second dagger as well?
Let's see.
Or does he only have
Probably would, but
In
it's
his
not on the
inventory it
sheet,
says 2
so
daggers.
then he has 2 daggers.
Then yeah, he'll pull out a second dagger, so he's still dual wielding and go
He
for a
does
second
not
attack.
need to spend any moments to draw it. You could see him from his boot without dagger with the metallic sort of chink, and now he's dual wielding daggers. The first attack swipes, misses. Bonus action attack.
Okay, that one hits.
17 hits.
17.
All right. So
Have
that is
to be.
reduced by half. 8.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you need to make a concentration check?
Oh, great.
Welcome to spellcasting.
Well, it's Constitution, so you're beefy. You should be fine. That was, yeah. You succeed. You're able to maintain control of the fiery spell.
All right. Does Sting do anything else before he ends his turn?
Jane.
I don't think so. No.
All right. Then
Voshka.
here comes the tail.
Absolutely.
Oh,
At 13.
13 does not hit.
All right. Second swing for 18.
18. Do the daggers have the parry as well, or is that just the rapier?
The daggers do have the parry, yes.
Then he will parry, and that'll raise his AC, and it will not hit.
Okay. Well, That's still Foshker. That's Fosker's turn then.
As the tail swipes out, 2 daggers catch it and lift it over his head. Kind of ducks underneath it. Very nimble, very agile fighter. I can see eyes are wide, grin on his face. He's in his element. Stings up.
Sting will do a quick check to see if his rapier is still glowing, and seeing that it is, he will go with the daggers again. 10
Nope.
does not hit. 18.
And here comes the tail parry to increase my AC by 3, which catches the dagger and spins it away.
Oh my goodness.
And that is Sting's turn.
Battle of fairies. Two
That's
very
why I chose the
proficient
tail.
duels. You can sit there alone and waking up, looking at the fuss, and just absolutely losing their shit. They're cheering, they're excited. This is a good fight.
Yes!
Two very experienced duelists doing their thing.
All right. With Fosker's
turn.
turn, tail. Nat 20!
Yes!
Nice.
Yeah, parrying's not going to help that.
Yeah.
For 6 plus 7 plus 2. Math.
15?
15 total?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You will use Uncanny Dodge to half that.
Oh!
Oh,
Oh, fuck this guy.
Okay. All right. Well, there's still the second
So
one.
that would be... Wait,
21 on the second one.
15 halved would be...
So
Is
it'd
it
be
7,
7
8, or
points of
7?
damage to him. Yep. It's rounded down.
All right. 21
Second
hits.
attack, yeah.
Yep, that hits.
Okay. Oh, why did that do that twice? Again.
Use
Anyway.
the first one as conventional, so 8 points of damage.
Yep. And I imagine Sting's fur is getting, or his clothing or fur is a little singed and smoky from the fire of the tail.
He seems to care more about the clothing than his fur.
And that is Foskra's
Click
turn.
his tongue and kind of take a moment to pat out flames in his elegant dress.
All right.
Stings up.
Sting will go right back to it with the dagger. Jesus, bro.
Does not hit.
Oh my
Does
god!
not hit.
Woo!
Does Sting want to try to back away?
Nope.
Sting back away. Nice. Yeah, no.
All right, then Foshra is going to come up with another tail whop. That's a 14.
That does not hit.
All right, second one. 22.
Yep, that will hit.
Oh, ow.
Ouch.
14, he will Uncanny Dodge to half that to 7.
That is once again Foshkra's turn. As he just kind of like, he's just kind of got like a little bit of an angry smirk on his face as he's sort of enjoying this morning exercise.
All right. Come on, Sting. Come on, Dice. Oh!
Why are you rooting for Sting?
Because he's playing Sting right now.
This one's going to hurt because it also has sneak attack on it.
Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ.
See, that's 22, 27, 29 damage.
What's that halved?
15?
15?
14.
14. Okay. That one really hurt.
And
attack. You see the dagger kind of like draws rivers of cuts really deep on that one. Hot blood just like going down Foshkra's torso from that cut.
Faints around you, kind of grips your wrist. Not quite pirouettes under you, but ducks to your side and shoves the dagger right into your underbelly.
And can you do a concentration check on that
All right, yeah.
that heat metal real quick?
All right, heat metal's gone.
Unfortunately, it drops.
Phil, would Sting be able to like leave that one dagger in Foskra's body And then in the same action, seeing that
Yeah.
the spell drops, pick up his rapier and do a second attack with it? Or
You can only bonus action as an offhand attack if it is the light property. Rapiers are not light.
Gotcha. Okay, so then he'll
So you attack with the dagger and then leave it in if it hits, and then pick up the rapier.
Gotcha. Yeah, then he will.
All right.
All
And
right.
here comes the tail parry.
Ooh.
You do not hit the second one.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, he'll use the dagger info scra and use his object interaction, I guess, to pick up his rapier for the next round.
Mhm.
All right. Foshkra whips around as Sting kind of
is
like
looking
spins around
pretty
him.
rough.
And he's gonna
So are
do
you.
tail walk. Yeah, 21
Oh, that will hit.
Yep, that'll hit.
Nice.
for 10 points of damage
He's gonna uncanny dodge.
to reduce to
Not
5.
recklessly.
He already has a good chance of hitting, so no, I'm not recklessing this. Foshkra's raging, but he's not. He's not in reckless mode.
Fair enough.
I don't want to give him another chance for extra crit. All right, second one, 19.
And parry is a reaction, isn't it?
Yeah. You
Yep.
don't have any more.
Yep. That hits. Down
Cool.
goes Sting.
Oh my goodness! Yes!
Well, I imagine as
He
that
had
dagger
1
gets,
HP left after that first attack.
so I imagine after that dagger gets rammed up into his underbelly and is left there, the hot blood just pouring down his side. Foshkra like spins around to face Sting. The first swipe of his tail is with that swing or that turn, smacking into Sting's side as it travels through. And then Foshkra does something that Fenton would be very, very familiar with, as he jumps straight up and somersaults in the air to bring his tail smashing down on the back of Sting's head.
You can see him stagger and stumble back and sort of rise to his feet with a smile that is now bloody and sort of sheathe both his daggers. Give another pirouette-like bow, mostly to you, but also to the Leon, and says, "Well, Foskra, you've proven me wrong, and that is a challenge. You've proven your point. Good work."
You see,
I've only been bested in a duel once before.
Sting sees that Foshkra was already like mid lunge to keep going before Sting sheathed his weapons. And he kind of like has to skid himself to a halt through the stopping the momentum.
Mm-hmm.
And he shakes his head, lets the rage drop. This was not pleasant. And he points to the dagger in his side.
My friend, I think quite the contrary. I enjoyed myself, and you seem to have as well. Do you not like fights?
Does not change the fact that a dagger in my ribs does not feel very comfortable as he pulls the dagger out.
He kind of snaps his fingers towards Chain and Leora. Well, he's your friend. Fix him up.
I have 4 HP.
Damn, I'm so close!
Out of 47, I have 4. That last parry came in clutch.
Well, good
I don't
fight.
got any heals.
Foshkra hands Sting back his now bloody dagger. A little bit of like I don't know if you'd say steam or anything coming off the Ignan blood on it.
You can see him twirl it in one finger so quickly that the centrifugal force spins the blood away. And then he pockets it. Well, my friends, I thank you for beating some reason to me. I have an oath to swear. Apparently, I'm not strong enough.
Do not think anyone who believes themselves strong is ever strong enough.
Then what do you consider yourself, weak? I'm too prideful for that.
As I said, not strong enough.
Don't let it get to your head.
Now, I believe Moth is and Agarax is waiting for you.
Sure they are. That means I have social occasion to attend. Are you coming?
We will only be able to wait outside, but I believe I will.
Very well. Goodbye. And he
As he
starts
walks-
strutting away.
As he walks away, Oshkroy looks over at Leora.
You think I can go see that fountain again without having to say anything stupid to the bud?
Yeah, if you can make it back without picking another fight, yeah. Let's go to the fountain.
Right.
And Oshkroy kind of like waves his hand off to some of the Leonin that I guess are still watching as he limps back towards the Aarakocra quarter and to the inn attached to the cathedral.
Mhm. For the sake of expediency, I will say it's easy enough to get inside the temple again. You can see the priest Chain spoke to look exasperated as there's blood coating her floor instead of mud from Reed, but she allows you in, and you're able to heal up.
All right.
I need to
Didn't
use
have
the
to spend
restroom, so I will call for a 5-minute break a bit early here.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Snack
And we'll move
time.
on to the snack.
Snake.
The snack.
Snakes and snakes.
It is
Did you
about
say
to be snack
or
time.
snack.
I said snack.
Snack,
But, I
snack.
mean-
But I think Ferb said snack. Or did Ferb also say snack?
I said snack, and then he
Yes, I
said
love it.
snack.
Oh, I do love it.
It's-
No, he was talking
Oh.
about food, Fel. Leave this Noel
Oh,
alone.
I mean, the snack could be food for Noel.
All right. I will see you guys in 5 minutes.
But really, spritz.
Yeah.
Yes, calm yourself, Ferb.
But no, there's nothing I am legally allowed to say here.
Legally.
Oh,
It's crazy. Most of the views on the YouTube channel are actually law enforcement. So I'm glad you caught yourself.
Whoa. Whew.
Wait, is that real?
No.
Why would that be real?
I don't know. I thought you were looking up like statistics or
I
some
send
shit.
it all to my cop friends. Yeah, they love it.
the police are scoping out the crowd.
I was gonna say. I mean, I work at a sheriff's office, but
What would you do if you looked over and saw someone else in your office watching Stained Glass Lands?
I would honestly just like gasp in silence, and
Gasp
then
in silence.
try not to like berate them with questions.
I would casually say, "Oh yeah, it gets better at campaign 2."
Yeah, just wait for campaigns. Really
Yeah,
picks
just
up.
wait until we post campaign 2. Oh god.
My sister has listened to a couple, so y'all be on your best behavior.
Ooh. Okay.
Hey, Fenton
All right.
sister. How you doing?
Our first guest appearance.
Well, you see, Fenton, I actually promised somebody else I would be on my worst.
Yeah, well,
You
I
cut
thought
off.
you cut off ties with Beldane, so you don't need to do that anymore.
Yeah, well, my computer decided to just kind of crash a little bit. So, it happens. But
Are
yeah,
you saying is it?
I actually promised somebody else I would be on my worst behavior.
Is your computer acting like shit because you cut ties with Beldane and this is her repentance
Fuck, I don't know.
or her revenge?
That desktop cannot come soon enough.
You're telling me.
Reed, what
Yeah,
do you mean
I'm
by
telling you.
lizard puppy eyes at Leora?
For healing?
It seemed like you were about to ask Leora for healing, not for a permission to go back to the Arakakra temple.
You think Foshro would ever beg for healing?
Fosker's about to turn that temple into a sauna.
The Arakocra come back and the fountain is just dried up as it's turned to steam.
Dried up and there's red steam everywhere.
Oh man, I am so glad that heat metal worked.
God,
How
I
did it
almost
feel to
had
use
your
a
ass.
spell?
You did, or Sting did, not Chain.
You know, Chain won't stand a chance. He can't. Fucking Chain only gets sneak attack if one of his allies are within 5 feet, or if he gets advantage. And yeah, I can't get
I'm not
advantage.
recklessing for your ass.
Yeah, I can't get an advantage because fucking the only way I can get I can like force myself to get advantage is by hiding, which is going to be fucking impossible in a duel.
Yeah.
Or by using steady aim, which that won't help when you're in my fucking face because I would have disadvantage on a ranged attack. So
Chain should have used a little psionic blade from the sidelines though to keep it interesting.
oh fuck no.
Well, I mean, the thing is that Chain does have mobile, so you could at least get away without taking a Sentinel. Well, no, we didn't discuss that with Fel. We don't know if mobile defeats Sentinel or not.
I'm pretty sure it does because it doesn't allow any attacks of opportunity.
No, it says that even if one takes has the effect like disengage, they still trigger a reaction attack from Sentinel. But I don't know. I don't know if we discussed that with Fel or not to see his ruling. But the way it sounds, it should. But it's also It's also one of those D&D things where it's kind of weirdly worded and not completely clear.
Yeah, let's see. Let me look at.
I've acquired a snack and managed to spill it all over my floor.
Because I have both mobile and Sentinel. So Sentinel.
See the way that
creatures
mobile is
provoke
worded-
opportunity attacks from you, even if they take the disengage action before leaving your reach.
But with mobile,
Can
you're
I
not taking
just
a disengage action.
acknowledge that we
Mobile-
have in this wide scheme of feats available for players to choose, there are certain ones that are more or less annoying for DMs, and 2 players chose mobile. 2 of you.
One has mobile
You
and
chose
Sentinel.
too, yes.
So Fel, the question is, does mobile trigger Sentinel attack or not? Because Sentinel has it in wording that if a creature hold on, let me pull it back up. God damn it, I'm double clicking.
I don't
Sentinel.
think it does because mobile
When
isn't doing disengage. Mobile is saying you don't provoke opportunity attacks from that creature for the rest of the turn, whether you hit or not.
Yeah. Because creatures provoke opportunity attacks from you even if they take the disengage action before leaving your reach. Is Sentinel. Yeah, and mobile is when you make a melee attack against a creature, you don't provoke provoke opportunity attacks from that creature for the rest of your turn.
Let me see the 2 feats.
You can just look at my sheet; they're both there.
First point, I looked them up. The second point, creatures provoke opportunity attacks from. Okay, that's the meat of it. Then the third point of Sentinel is irrelevant. Let's see, mobile. First point is irrelevant. Second point's irrelevant. Okay, the third one. When you make a melee attack against a creature, you don't provoke opportunity attacks from that creature. Let's look at Sentinel. Creatures provoke opportunity attacks from you even if they take the disengage action before leaving your reach. So mobile doesn't require the condition for Sentinel, which is let's see. Even if they take the disengage action doesn't necessarily mean they have to use the disengage action. But the purpose of mobile is to shut down opportunity attacks at all, and Sentinel to be applied still has to use an opportunity attack because of the first point when you hit a creature with an opportunity attack. The creature's speed becomes 0 for the rest of the turn. Sentinel would not be able to be applied since mobile prevents the opportunity attacks from occurring in the first place.
Okay, yeah. So it was more if the third point of Sentinel countered the third point of mobile was all I think we were getting at. But you just said no, so
Mobile is so OP.
it is. But I mean, Shane could technically get one
Well,
melee attack off, use mobile
Shane has
to.
the fortitude of a wet paper towel roll, so.
Yeah, no,
And
I'm just thinking
and I
that his
can't get-
best opportunity.
I
Alright.
can't get sneak attacks on you unless you fucking reckless.
Reckless. Yeah.
Back to it.
Yes.
Is everyone here?
I think so.
Hello.
I-
Hello.
Alrighty. There.
Onto the snake.
I got a snack. I spilled it all over the floor. I cleaned it up, and I'm here again.
Aw, what snack did you lose?
Boy.
I had some trail mix with like peanut butter chips and chocolate chips, and now there's peanut butter and chocolate chips all over the floor. Well,
Oh.
not anymore, but
I love what you've done with the place.
Peanut butter and chocolate is a good smell.
Wait, did Leora say that she was back?
Leora?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
Lorenz, Reed, and Fenton. The Tyrant's Quarter, the Minotaur Ward, where there to be the rather strict hierarchies of the caste-based society Minotaurs live in. Even at this point, they're strolling the streets. They don't pay you much attention, since ostensibly your purpose here is to be travelers and visitors, but you are quickly followed by 2 glaive-wielding, tall, armor-plated Minotaurs. Not enough to annoy you, but from a distance, from afar, watching you. Every single building here is coated in iron pillars, iron gates, steel and metal. Practically, it would take an army to siege these walls, as intended. But the stonework is rugged, beautiful. There's a pride to it. The streets are clean, the buildings are well constructed. But there are shadows in the eyes of the people who are here. There is a very clear sense that you are in this place. This is not your place. But you can stay here for a while, if you abide by our rules.
rules. Blech. Minotaurs. Blech.
Curious that the storyteller would come here of all places.
We must find this strange den he has wandered into.
There are a few places of interest that might call your eye. There seems to be some sort of armory, a weaponsmith that is open, and I can see a few soon-to-be paladins purchasing swords or weapons, specifically selling those artifacts of divine importance, should you be interested. There probably a troubling thing would be in the center square. There's a fountain that spurts blood instead of water, and trough-like gallows are on a sort of center podium in this square. There aren't many travelers here, especially at this time of the morning, but there are a few of all races, not necessarily Minotaur. The majority of Minotaur you see are guards of some kind, and there are many. There is one of the largest buildings in this quarter is called the House of Indenture. It's written in sort of reddish ink. Seems to be imprinted and burned onto a stone obsidian plaque. It's sort of a very narrow-roofed building with many chimneys poking out in orderly ways. purple smoke seems to be emanating from it.
Bird, fox.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that the place?
The place where we should
Point
start our
to
search.
the what was it? The House of Indenture.
It's called the House of Indenture, yes.
I suppose we can start our search there. Reed, might I make a request? Should we find the storyteller here, I understand the importance of questioning his past, but might I inquire with him a different story first? There's one more that I believe he owes me, and I don't want him to get. Well, I don't expect him to close up, but
You think I'm going to kill the mood of your little date?
sure, that's a fair way to put it.
I'll leave the ruining of the mood to the dull cows around us. Speak, but do not let the snake escape.
I doubt he will have anywhere to go in a hurry. Though I am curious why he is in this quarter of all places.
He is a snake.
Would you care to elaborate on that connection there? I'm afraid I don't quite see it.
No. Reed starts walking.
All right.
I don't know either.
Did you have anything you intended to ask Selma, Lorenz?
Not really.
Oh, I suppose we should keep our ears out then.
Yes.
I guess to the House of Indenture then.
We shall
It's
go.
a black wrought iron building. There's the sort of overpowering smell of roses emanating from the interior. Pushing away in, the two Minotaur guards give you quiet nods as you enter. It's very clearly a location for visitors. They expect you. You may have a harder time getting in other locations, but the inside is, even at this time, quite dimly lit. It's a large room. There are many sort of impressions, indents in the floors, kind of like a tea room. There are cushions surrounding very low benches. This time, there's still not much light as intended. Several fireplaces burn this incense that gives this place its smell. There's a faint euphoria to the air, a calming, not quite calming, but sort of increases your heartbeat in a pleasant way. You feel the endorphins of having run a long time. What did you expect, Foshka? It's called the House of Indenture. There is what seems to be a bar. The sort of through the smoke, which is intended to prevent you from seeing too far in the distance. There is a shawl-wielding minotaur, female, burly, large, sort of leaned over the counter, which is low enough for the majority of races to sit at, not for a minotaur, most likely, who waves you inside. There are many individuals here of many different races. About half you can see have a burn mark etched into either an arm, on their chest, on their back, neck. wherever is most visibly seen a faintly glowing red imprint of a bull's head, the symbol of Baphomet. Most of them are chatting with each other. There are all sorts of sin and vice available. There is a sort of hookah lounge that expels more smoke into the air. There are those who burn pipes of tobacco, drink of all sorts of beverages. Don't see any guards.
Where's the snake? Where's the snake?
Roll a perception check if you'd like.
$19.
There is music coming from the air. A faint strumming of a lute, very much soothed, sedated, calm this morning. And you can see the sort of pushing your way through this large maze of rooms with little alcoves that you can hear chat and laughter from. Atop a pedestal, sort of seated on his own cushion, cross-legged, you can see the storyteller, the golden bangles on his wrist, sort of propelling silk through the air, waving as if it were in water. He slowly strums a guitar. Seems quite content. His eyes are closed. He's swaying softly with the music.
I'm just curious how the crowd in here seems to be perceiving him.
There are people who come by and speak with him, and you can, if you're watching from a distance, see them engage in light conversation. The storyteller seems to be flirting with them. That's probably the best thing you can say. Is continually playing the guitar, yes, but there is a claw that goes under someone's chin, directing them elsewhere. Sort of mutters a spell once and winds a finger through the air, and some silk revolves around another individual. Seems to be enjoying himself. Mori seems to be familiar with many of the people here, especially those who bear the mark of Baphomet on them.
Reed will definitely be just quietly growling to himself, but he quickly turns his growls towards Fenton.
What?
Go.
Of course. Yes. Feel free to accompany, but.
The Minotaur at the bar speaks up, gruff, voice terse. Very elegantly spoken, very soft and inviting, though. Welcome to the House of Indenture. Can I help you? What are you searching for?
The snake.
He is open for conversation. May I offer you a drink? Tobacco. We have some specialties.
I'll look to Fenton. How long will your story take?
Probably about as long as it takes to have a drink.
Turn my head towards the Minotaur. I want. I want.
Don't be shy with what you want. This is what it is here for.
I want to make my own tea.
Do you?
And there we go.
I'm afraid we don't sell our leaves. They are quite magical.
Magical. You speak as if they are better than mine.
Reed, Please.
You seem to be angry, yes. Holding a vitriol for the world.
Well, it has been a great many hours since he had a cup of his own tea. If you have a kettle or something to spare, it would be appreciated.
No. I challenge
Let the man
your
speak
tea.
what he wants. Say that again?
I
Get that.
challenge your tea.
She leans back. You will have to pay for mine if you're so curious. But I won't stop you from making your own should you want. We will bring out hot water.
How much? How much?
Enough for yourself. Do you wish for other amenities?
No.
A
Gold. How
hot
much?
towel,
Gold. Tell me your price.
2 gold. That will be for you and your compatriots.
I would be better suited with simply a glass of wine, if you don't mind.
Wine, I see. We get few Aarakocra in this establishment, but I see that you are one for certain types of vices. We have
Certain
many types of wine. Calaxian fire wine, Ochre Kingdom Auburn, cherries from the groves in Rose's garden. Have you
Any-
a preference?
Albino dry?
But of course.
That will be perfectly sufficient.
Do not be shy to partake in the activities of this place. You are here for so short periods of time. Find a vacant booth.
Reed slams 2 gold onto the bar.
What makes you so angry, Noel?
This city, this body, this snake, these walls, they
Do
put...
you wish for an outlet to your angst? Many gnolls come by seeking to scratch the itch of their urge. Speak what it is, and we will have something provided for you. Something bloody, something screaming.
I want to tear down these walls in this city.
Do not let me stop you outside of this quarter. But I won't stop you should you wish to do elsewhere. And
Tea.
you. Sorry, good?
Tea.
She turns her head towards Lorenz. And you, Fox. What do you see in the stars?
Not much that makes sense these days.
You can have someone speak to you, puzzle it out, a friendly conversation. We offer many kinds. We can offer arguments, we can offer someone to appease you and your woes. Whatever you need.
Thank you for your offer. For now, I think I'm good. I'm just going to follow my compatriots here.
Don't be nervous. She turns and pulls out a bottle of albino dry and starts preparing some hot water for tea. See, she mutters something in her hand as she's holding a glass. Not a glass, but a kettle, and it soon begins to roar with steam. The air is still stuffy and sweet smelling, but soon you find yourselves a vacant booth It's less of a booth and more an indent into the wall. A small table with cushions surrounding it. Soon she brings out your glass of wine, Fenton, and a steaming kettle. She settles a few tea leaves onto the ground, a pouch of spice and herbs, and says, "Who am I to determine which pleasure is better than the next? You may have both for yourself. Please indulge." If you need more, she turns towards you, Fenton. Do not feel free to ask. Pardon me, feel free to ask.
If you
Do
need
not
more,
be
go
shy.
away.
Might you bring me a second glass already, in fact?
I will do so. But I see very new in this establishment. Those with our insignia are obligated to do whatever you wish to them. Make of that as you will. Any individual you see could be a servant, could be a friend, could be something for you to take your desires out upon. Enjoy yourselves. She stands and turns away.
As soon as she turns away, Lorenz is he looks completely disgusted by this whole idea.
Welcome back to your terrible backstory.
Hmm. Well, this is not what I expected to walk into, but
I began sniffing and tasting the ingredients.
All right. Well, at least we have that.
As you sniff snuff the tea leaves, you can sense it's very high quality tea. They don't mess around here with their luxuries. There's some juniper berries in it, some tarragon, a nice calming blend with the goal to soothe. You can respect it.
Not sure if I allow myself to respect it. It is someone else's tea.
Yes, it is.
Fine. I'll
What are
make it.
your plans?
I'm going to prepare tea.
as soon as I get that second glass of wine, I would like to turn and hand it to Lorenz and just say, you don't have to drink quite so early in the morning if you don't wish, but I found that you get the best answers when you blend in.
I think I might have to if I want to get through this.
Well, you've got a damn good glass of wine there in any case.
And remembering the last time he had some wine from that infinite little flask, Lorenz will hesitantly take a bit of a sip out of the glass.
There are a lot of memories that are raised by the taste where you are. It's very good wine, the best you ever had. And Fenton is right, Fenton is right. New Kylax does treat its wines quite well.
It is the wine that birthed my hometown.
Oh, this is so much better.
I haven't received the bill yet, but I'm sure it will cost something. In
I'll
any
need
case,
10 gold for 2 glasses.
okay. Yes. In any case, perhaps we should approach the snake.
Reed, are you going to be all right here?
All right. Here. This muck they have given me will tell.
Fenton, go ahead.
I think he's fine.
Good.
Fenton and Lorenz, I'd like you both to roll Constitution saving throws.
Oh,
Oh,
Okay.
did they lace this stuff?
Not the stuff.
Oh no! Oh no!
Double net one. My God.
No.
I can't
Here we
wait to
go,
roll
Lorenz.
initiative. I can't wait to roll initiative.
And so we have the adventures of Drunk Fox and Drunk Bird with Sober Noel.
I don't think it's the drinks.
You're not drunk, but the air that permeates this place sort of stokes a feeling of not quite hunger in you, but aching for the current vice you have. The wine you drink, it's delicious. It's gone too soon. You feel like you want more. It's a difficult feeling to shake.
Oh, hell.
But go ahead and do what you like.
I don't suppose you can spot a gold or two for another round, Lorenz?
Unfortunately, I only have silver on me.
Ah, well, maybe we speak to Anselm first, and then we see if there's something cheaper available.
I think that's yeah.
You stand to the sounds of faint laughter and an occasional scream cutting through the din of this place, but nobody pays it much attention. Everyone here seems to lounge, luxuriate, take pleasure in the simple fact that they are here. And Selma is not difficult to find. You see him strumming the lute, and before him are two or three individuals, all with the insignia, dancing to the music, swaying idly. Just watching them with pleasure. He glances towards you two as you find his little corner and says, "Come to enjoy the luxuries of this town, I see."
They are rather nice, aren't they?
One can lose themselves in it. He turns a claw in the air, and one of the branded individuals spins.
No, we came looking for you, first and foremost.
Ah, come to see the sights?
More to hear the stories.
I have many. One that might interest you and your group, yes. He doesn't seem to be paying too much attention to you, and is instead, with unblinking eyes, sort of still paying attention to the performers in front of him. Entertain me with a story, and I may give you one in return. But you must, well, be worth my while. See him lean back in his little chair. Slender, kind of placing a hand underneath his chin, resting, turning his eyes towards you finally. The
Do you know
silk
much-
around, pardon me, go ahead.
No, you first.
The silk around his wrists and in the baggy pants he wears still ripples with an unnatural quality through the air.
Fenton kind of swirls his empty glass of wine, reluctant to put it down just yet. But he'll ask, I understand you know much of the stained glass, but do you know any lore regarding the Arm Throne homeland? Perhaps I have a
Yes.
piece for you. Well, I might not be much for stories, but lore itself. I spent a bit of
What
time.
is it useful providing lore information if one cannot package it into a tale that is pleasing on the ears? Would you agree? You are a bard, aren't you?
Hmm. Perhaps, perhaps Kavara's holy talon. Then, I do know a story surrounding that.
He leans forward in his seat. He hasn't blinked once during this conversation. His eyes are sort of thin, green, very intense. He leans forward, places his slender elbows on his knees. Fenton, I implore to you that it is more important the delivery of whichever story you tell me. I most likely will know everything you say. But I can appreciate the art of craft and storytelling. Unless, he turns towards Lorenz, you have a story you wish to share to me. One I have not heard before. A bard contains many stories, but a performer tells them. One as closed off as you. Well, you have more unique things to say, don't you? Don't be shy.
Lauren sort of glances between Fenton and the snake, a little nervous. He looks back down to the empty wine glass, sort of surprised that it's already empty, despite probably subconsciously knowing it earlier. All right, I'll give it a go. I'll tell you a story.
I will reply with one. Fenton, you do one as well. I'll give you one extra. He sits back to listen to Lorenz's story. Go on.
It takes a couple tries for him to get started. The words don't come out as easily as he hoped they would, but after a few times, he stumbles and he begins. There once was a child born to a family he never knew. He was left in the care of a tyrant king who saw him fit no more than to another tool, another collection to add. The tyrant king's concubine cared for the child, cared for him as though it were her own. The only mother that the child would ever know, not until later. She passed when he had grown to an adult. taken away by the very act that she was bound to. And he found strength and comfort into one similar to him. But everywhere he looked, the tyrant took and took. Having enough, the child who is no longer a child, but an empty glass of nothing, decided that they would be better off broken and shattered on the floor. They went to the desert to die. Anything would have been better than that. And so they did, but what they found in the desert changed them forever. They fell into an endless abyss of starry, inky black, and from there they were reborn, emerged, back to the desert, caressed by the stars.
And how, my dear Lorenz, does this story end?
I think the ending to this story remains to be seen.
Ensure that this boy lives long enough to repeat it to me. Smiles. An intentional thing. You and you don't smile. Leans back. What type of story do you wish to hear, Lorenz? I have many.
Lorenz glances to Fenton. He's looking for sort of guidance on, I guess, what they sort of need, because he can't think in this moment precisely what he himself would like to hear.
I will say to Lorenz, feel free to ask Selma anything you would like, Lorenz.
Oh yes, that's real helpful, Fenton.
It may be a question, perhaps not a story. Have any of you... Should you have any questions to ask about anything at all, I may have answers. I can volunteer one that might interest you, Lorenz.
If you have one that might interest me, then I would like to hear it.
Yes. I will tell you the story about a man stalking the golden barchans of dunes, throat parched, chains that were on his wrists now rubbed raw. He looked up to the sun, wielding two sabers, and shouted to a vast vacant desert that he was nothing. He damned himself, because what did it matter once he condemned himself to his empty fate? He could do anything without recourse or remorse. He pledged that he would break this world, bend it to his whims, He shouted it out, and something hurt him. But that is a story for another time. I'll tell you about a man. Fur, tawny orange, burly, muscular, blood in his grip, who said to those who thought he was a different man, that once you had enough blood staining your palms, more simply washes right off, spreads upon the grains. I'll tell you about a man who valued life so little that him and his proclivities of breaking others for his glee, well, they passed a certain thing along to a concubine of his, and in her pleas, she begs to him, please, I am dying, I have someone to care for, and he told her that she was not worth the gold to bring her to a cleric priest to cure. I'll tell you about a man who buried another who resembled you in exactly the same place, because your memory, Lorenz, he recalls you and your escape. Because despite all this man and what he thinks of this world, now in his palm that he grips and claws and tears away at, there's one thing that slipped through. One thing he could not capture entirely. One thing that fears him, and it is standing before me. I matched your story with mine in the fact that I am so very curious to see how it concludes. Rose knows him quite well.
I'm sure.
Have you been satisfied by my tale?
Lorenz is gripping the wine glass a little tighter. His hand is starting to visibly shake. It is not subtle.
You can see him lean back, close his eyes as if asleep, mutter something in the air. Lorenz, I would like you to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Damn.
You feel a numbing, draining sensation, as if the worry, all the thoughts in your mind, all the thoughts it provoked, evoked, the emotions that this tale produced in you, were being drawn in with every of Esselma's inhale, eaten, captured. But you steel your mind, you stop whatever trance this was in, this drug-like stupor this Yuan Ti has at a moment fallen into, this spell, the attempt to steal that thing rebuffed. He returns back to consciousness, picks himself back up. Ah, you were always quite strong in the mind. But do not matter. Do not mind me.
I
Turns. The individuals in this place are too broken down to fish remnants from. Forgive me for what I had to do. Looks towards Fenton. And you. Have you a tale in mind?
I have one that I doubt you have heard before.
Speak.
First, might I ask, do you intend to return to those you came here with?
I will answer that if you satisfy my desire for a story. It is my second one I wish to tell.
Oh, but there is more I wish to hear from you.
You know my price.
During my first year of apprenticeship as a keeper of Mazarim, my mentor, I'm sure you are familiar with the name Master Losingaku El Bashab. Him and I were in a small village east of Estelheim at the foot of the mountains. Now, this region had been particularly devastated by the Golden War, and there was a late afternoon where we sat with an Aarakocra man in the ruins of what was at one time his home. This man had lost everything. His spouse, his children, his livelihood, and all that remained was ashes. And so we spoke with him there for a time. We let him share with us his story, his burden, and all of a sudden, a great white egret, a bird, landed in our midst. This egret was one of the largest, the most majestic that I have ever seen. A huge beak, longer neck, longer legs. This thing stood no less than 6 feet tall, and there was something about it, the way the sun shone around it, the breeze falling still, the contrast of the clean white feathers against the surrounding ashes. Oh, I knew this bird was special. There was this enchanting peace, this tranquility. And Cruel was the first to speak up as it landed. He told of a people in the far-off Greendale Mountains who would consider such a bird a curse, an omen of death to foreshadow a time of great suffering. And I immediately countered Cruel, though I now suspect he knew that I would. I shared of my people's own interpretation. You see, in the Sullen Fieldlands, there are traditions that long predate Nukailax, and a great white egret is a good omen. My ancestors would have seen it as a signal that the harvest would be abundant. And so Cruel, he turns, and he asks this man, this man who had lost so much, what he saw in the bird. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, dinner. And it was. We ate the creature that same night. So tell me, Esselema, you who obscures your affiliation with the preceptor of Moribund, who do you think was right?
Roll me a wisdom saving throw, Fenton. You can see him, his nostrils flare, his bare chest rises, the bangles on it flash, and he seems to be attempting a similar thing to what he did with Lorenz, but you rebuff it as well. He doesn't pay it much attention. He attempted to steal your excitement.
He just wants to feel
He
something.
leans forward and rasps. Everyone is right, Fenton. It is a matter of what you are, what you believe in that determines how right you are. Omens are a matter of interpretation. How fortunate the blind have it, don't they? For they do not need to bother themselves with such malleable things. My name, yes, is Selema. In the Asher lands of the Yuan-Ti, our homes, our creches and locations you will never find. Well, we have no concept of family. We are raised in clutches. I am simply of the same name because I was raised along with the witch in the tower. I know her quite well. We both separated from the clergy of Srivasi for our own ways. But I impress it upon you, Venton. I steal emotions, for I have none. What occurs when an individual is under such crushing duress? They crumple, they perish, or they explode in all sorts of wonderful things. The story I wish to tell you, Fenton, amidst the date palms and desert breeze of Rose's courtyard, there once came a caravan with a blinded woman of Alpinal, carried by her supplicants, who I was sent to entertain. She read my palm and much more, and gave to me a prophecy that my story with the other Salama you refer to hinges upon 3 paladins that would meander their way here, that it would be my charge to escort them and keep them safe, and watch the grains run through the palms of Turisaz. She told me it would be a story I would never be able to best. But if you think for a moment that I, the storyteller, have attachment to these 3, clicks his tongue, rasps out, it flickers in the air. You are mistaken.
Then, even if it's for your own benefits, why do you reside in this brothel, this place, and not out there where your paladins are?
Because it is simple, Fenton. You can see him click a claw, and one of the dancing individuals that has surrounded him comes over, picks up his palm in both hands, and presses a kiss to the back of it. He waves her away, and she resumes her other duties. Because I enjoy it.
Then you are missing the story. I would like to walk away from him.
Fenton turns. He settles his eyes towards Lorenz intensely. Goodbye, Lorenz. I will be thinking of you.
Goodbye. I'd rather you didn't, but it's not like I can stop you.
There is very little in this establishment that can. You should try it sometime. Might help you forgive and forget.
Lorenz walks back to the booth.
God, what a scene. I love it.
All right. Reed, what were you up to?
So, preparing tea. Reed is going to pay attention to the people walking outside of their his little alcove. I'd like to pick the most normal looking person possible that, has an obvious brand.
Easy enough to do. There's a wide variety of races to choose from, as bad as that may sound. There's a tabaxi woman who has the brand right on her left side of the neck, tattooed, draped in flowers and silk garments. And she says, "Yes, what may I do for you?"
Sit. Take this cup of tea.
Of course.
And I'll have my cup. She'll have hers.
She sits, splaced in her palms, picks it up.
You will start talking to me.
Oh, yes, that is what I am here for.
Well,
Do you wish for me to just speak?
yes.
On what?
What you think.
Can see her eyes kind of widen. She hinges her mouth open for a second and closes it. I wish I remembered my name. That is what I think. Why do you ask?
Drink with me. And we will both have tea.
She somewhat. Roll me an insight check, Reed.
Insight. Don't think I'm that good at that. Nat 20.
She's afraid of you. She's afraid of the tea. You don't know what kind of things she's consumed in this place before. What other people have made her do. But she acquiesces as if she doesn't have a choice. She smiles, and you can see right through it. It is an act. And says, that is delicious. What else may I aid you with? Conversation, perhaps?
My previous command applies. Speak to me.
Yes.
You will speak to me as if I am a normal person. Charlie, normal person. You will look at me as if I am a normal person.
A normal patron? I can do that. You can see her stand, sort of lean, somewhat seductively over the table, come in close with her nose. And what else may I do for you?
Sit, drink your tea. Talk about your day, your annoyances, your little thoughts.
I don't hate to interrupt, but I think at this point Lorenz has made it back to the booth. And
Fenton and Lorenz, you can see the two. You can see this woman kind of pause for a second, and then at Reed's command, sit down complacently, lay her arms out, continue drinking. You can see she's panicking slightly. Her breath is quicker than it perhaps should be.
Lorenz has his arm crossed. Reed, what are you doing?
Trying to have a conversation that is not about me dirtying something or messing something or scaring someone.
All right, we can unpack that later. He turns to the lady. How's his tea?
It is excellent.
Really?
Yeah, quite good. What may I do for you? Are you friends?
Unfortunately.
Ah, I see. What shall you have me speak to you about?
Well, usually we don't talk all that often, and when he does talk, it's complete nonsense.
I understand quite well.
But
Come, sit with me.
Loren's quite obviously uncomfortable with that, does so anyways. He takes a seat by her, sort of awkwardly like folds his hands on the table together, and he's
Do
he's
not
more
be
so
modest.
focusing on Reed than their present company.
By the way, how's the tea?
Oh, it is excellent. The tea that you made, or the tea that...
The tea that was provided.
Yes. Roll me a Constitution saving throw. Reed.
25.
Oh. Undead things don't care for such tricks of the body. Half undead. You feel it, but somewhat detached.
Feel it. What do I feel?
Some sort of encouragement to continue to enjoy. A heightening of any sense of pleasure at all.
Pleasure in this city? Not allowed.
Speaking of pleasure, Fel, can I buy an entire bottle of the cheapest wine this place has?
Cheapest wine, yeah. It's dirt cheap. It'll run you 3 gold for an entire bottle, yes.
I'm freaking broke. I hate this place.
This place sells things at like movie theater prices.
Like
You can-
Disneyland prices.
You can see the Minotaur at the front say, right, because it is your first time, I would advise you to splurge, indulge. Don't worry about the material cost.
It would be great advice if I had more than a cup of gold in my pocket.
We can forgive a little debt.
Can I have the bottle or not?
How much gold have you on you?
A couple pieces.
I'll give you 2 for 3 gold, for 5 gold. A discount, if you will.
2 bottles.
Yes.
Sure.
She pockets the gold and places down 2 bottles. Red, sweet, sickly wine.
I take 1 bottle and hand one to Lorenz and force my mind to let me leave this place with the bottle in hand as I'm sipping from it.
You think you can
It's
do that?
difficult. Sorry. It's quite difficult to do. Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. It's not good. It's a 10.
You've only engaged in so many sins in this place. A 10 is enough to pull yourself free from this smog, this den.
What is the feeling as I step through the threshold of the door? Does this drop all at once, or is this like a hangover?
There's a hangover, but immediately you feel better. You realize your behavior the entire time was odd, strange, and it's a strange feeling, but you still feel good. And that's the worst part. You
I
know
would
it's
like-
bad for you, but you instinctively love it.
In that case, I'd take a deep swig of this wine and would like to turn and throw it back through the door at Selema.
Selma's pretty far inside. I can certainly try to throw it at a Selma, but
I will. I don't know if I'll hit him, but I'm throwing it. Yeah.
roll me a dexterity check.
9.
The bottle soars and smashes on the ground before him, scattering shards of glass about. Selma gives you a look. And although snakes don't make emotions, he mimes a perfect smirk. He mutters
Alright.
something, and you can see one of the individuals he's surrounded himself with lean down to the ground, start lapping up the wine.
It is at this point precisely that Lorenz wants to get the hell out. Reed, we're going.
I have things to do here.
You have things to do in here or out there.
I have things to do to that snake.
Alright, well, you can think about it later or on the way or out there. I don't want to stay here any longer.
Then follow the bird.
Alright, I'm just gonna leave you here. Are you happy?
Go.
Ah.
Make me a wisdom saving throw, Lorenz. Ooh. Both of you were 1 off. Probably 2 off. It was 8.
Oh.
It's 3 plus 5 per sin. But Lorenz, you're able to pull yourself free, the momentary flash of anger making your mind lucid enough to briefly break free.
He is rushing out.
You breathe easier as soon as you exit that fog-filled place.
He buries his head in his hands.
I'm sorry, Lorenz. That was a mistake.
Please tell me we'll never go back there again.
Never. Oh,
Never.
God.
Mm, Reed is still in there. I don't care what he does.
He'll be fine, I'm sure. Lorenz, if we see that snake try to get back involved, I don't know, maybe Mauve already knew, but we should tell her.
He's a right asshole.
Don't know why I'm surprised. I'm tempted to go back and scribble out a bunch of entries in my journal. I was fucking...
No, leave it there as a reminder.
It's a reminder. You're right. And to think we drink wine, it's what, 7 a.m.? This is... All right, to the cathedral then.
To the cathedral.
Reed. The tabaxi is scared, you can tell. She's fighting back tears, but she keeps a sedentary smile on her face, still trying to mime all seductive manners.
Stop that. Don't be seductive. Don't be a servant. You will talk.
What would you like me to be?
A normal person. An everyday person.
I cannot remember anything outside this place. I remember I have a daughter somewhere.
This is normal. Tell me where.
I don't know. I know that once I've done my time, that my memories will be given back to me. But tries to contain all sorts of thoughts. Only now was she ever given permission to speak her mind.
I ask to be spoken to, not as some disgusting, half-dead thing. And the first I hear about it is that everyone else is broken.
No, I do not know your name, but you are the most humane thing that has encountered my eyes in years. You are the kindest individual that I have seen in a while. This is not a place for you.
I think only I am able to be in this place. I think this has given me great insight as to the importance of what I am doing.
I wish you the best, whatever you do. What is it?
Reed will look like he's trying to bring himself to say something.
It's okay, you don't have to tell me. I don't think I will remember anyways.
If you want to sit here for a minute, do so. I have things I must do.
She nods very quickly. Yeah, yes.
Basically just chug the rest of the tea, treating it like water.
Can see her bury her head in her hand as you walk away.
Ah, there you are.
And there you are, my noble friend. Do you come to exchange words?
Words, yes. Stories. No, I do not tell. I only create.
What is it that you wish to create this fine morning in paradise?
A memory.
Go on.
So he's like lounged, right?
Oh yes, he is lounging on his side. One of the attendants that he's convinced or commanded to is giving his shoulders a light massage. There
How
are
tasteful.
individuals around him seem to be engaging in some sensual dance for his eyes to feast on.
I'm going to sit before him, blocking his vision. I was recently told your name, storyteller.
Yes. Do you know my sister?
Has the bird and fox done an adequate job extracting information from you?
I have told them some, yes. Adequate is not my... It is not my place to define it.
Snakes have always been rarely seen, never to be spoken with, not approachable. You, the first snake I can be next to?
Not approachable, not to be spoken with. You speak as if you talk about yourself, Noel.
I will be many things. I do not know what. But I long to be a bit of all things eventually.
Well, I can show you things, Reed. I can teach you all sorts of things to make you feel alive again. Long
Alive.
to be part of something.
I was.
I can introduce you.
Shut up. I was alive before I died, but not really, no. I am alive now more. There is one thing you can allow me to experience.
Speak your desires.
What is your favorite pain?
You can see him surprised by the question. His cobra hood ripples and a little bit of pleasure. You can see the golden bangles pierced in it rattle. He sits kind of elegantly, as if remembering something. The pain of denial. When I had my name stripped from me, all my pride reduced to rubble around a man with the power to command me. It is not the pain, but the shame of it. I can deal with pain, all you auntie can. But after Rose, I was never truly a Yuan-Ti. He had taken it from me by force, and I loved every second of it. Does that answer your question?
It does. I asked one question, one sentence to discover all Yuan-Ti have hearts.
I would not say that.
I do. May I touch?
And that is your mistake, no. I do not forgive you. We must all have our flaws. And you, my dear thing, find things that aren't there in the world.
I see patterns. A gift from
You see
death.
a facade. You see silk over your eyes. There is nothing. Now
Will
get out.
allow me to touch Esselema.
Not way.
I'm going to. I want to feel the hood of the snake.
He angles his head to the side. Allows you to do so. It's a familiar gesture to him.
And the other hand on the other side.
It's an interesting texture, scaled but soft, flexible, pliable.
So many things are fated in this land. Stories told because the telling makes them come to pass. I
Roll me a perception check, Reed.
14.
Two of the dancers that were around Selema have gone a bit closer to your back. Precautionary. Continue.
I have fated myself to kill the witch in the tower, your sister. And I
Why
will
not stay a while?
know the way her neck will feel when I wrap my hands around it and deny her breath. Like to just slowly apply more force. Not suddenly, but I do want to know what it will feel like.
He smiles through the pain, seems to be enjoyed. You can hear the rasp of his breath, his thin, bare chest come up and down.
Won't you tell me, storyteller, what it's like not having a voice?
Roll me a wisdom saving throw, Reed.
23.
Why are you all denying him the emotions he wants to feel?
Because he sucks.
Euphoric. The lack of something that should be. Denial to the extreme.
I'm going to cut off his voice.
Hear him exhale out.
6 new gods. I'll let go of his neck.
He raspily inhales.
Now, I know what it will feel like.
And what a pleasurable thing it was it not?
The people you would call friends to them, they will expect you soon.
Yes, I know.
And
But I intend to enjoy life's amenities first.
life's amenities.
They are all swearing oaths of purity. Who am I to deny myself unnecessary? How do I phrase it? Inhibition.
What a heartfelt thing to say, Snake.
Perhaps you will feel her heart beating in your hands one day. I would like you to find me then, so I can taste the memory for myself.
Then we shall meet in Terrasaz.
Perhaps we shall. Now leave. He turns towards a few of the performers. I must make up on some lost time.
I will growl at the poor snake and I'm going to toss all the things that I created. Sorry, toss the supplies I was given for tea and everything back over the counter. Say, that was not impressive. I was expecting something magical. Goodbye. And-
Don't slam the door on the way out.
I slammed the door on the way out.
So you do. All three of you are now in the cool air morning, with a little bit more clarity in mind. What would you like to do after that?
Cry.
Hose that whole place down and then burn it.
I just plan to get to the cathedral. I want to meet up with the others.
It's not difficult to do.
Yep, going to the cathedral.
What did you learn?
That a snake is a snake, I suppose.
The snake is a nestle.
I tried to teach it things, but it seemed. It did not want to know.
Well,
I love how you
Yes.
call him it.
It wants to be not a person.
Really?
Is this not how to be polite to snakes?
I don't know anything about them.
I think some things just are. Yonti can't feel like we do. A mimic, and this is, and those who follow Baphomet simply are as well. A being of lawful evil. That is just. That was upsetting, but I'm trying to convince myself that it is just. That it is. Perhaps that's enough.
None of what you said is true.
Well, I hope to be enlightened. In that case, read. I don't doubt that there are exceptions to the rule, but rules exist for a reason, do they not?
Rules exist to be like walls broken down. Rules are challenges.
Says the exception. An exceptional one, at that.
No, don't encourage him. Please.
Where are we walking?
To meet up with the others.
Back at the
Leave.
cathedral.
Good.
Shane says they're already headed that direction.
AFK
It's
1
easy enough
minute.
to sorry?
AFK 1 minute. I'm going to take a quick restroom break.
It's easy enough to meet up with the rest of the party outside of the cathedral. You can see Sting, Mauve, Agarax chatting amongst each other. A little bit more levity than the last time you saw all three together. They seem smiling a little bit. They wait in line, about 24 people, future paladins. Well, race, creed, origin. Slowly, one by one, they begin filtering into this double doors. Whatever behind it, making them a proper paladin as they leave. Do you wish to interact with the rest of the party members as the group of you converge and watch as Agarax, encouraged by Mauve, then Sting, then Mauve herself, file inside?
I see you wrangled Sting.
Yeah, him and Fosker dueled.
Oh, that must have been fun.
I of course won. I used the same thing, the same attack on him that I did on you, Fenton.
Ah, yeah, an effective one. Yeah.
You see Fosker kind of crack like a little smirk and turns his head to try to hide it.
Fenton is I think a little tipsy, which at this early in the morning.
Don't drink and fly.
We also have another problem.
Hmm.
Uthrin
do.
somehow knows that we have 2 stones now.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Did you keep staring at her in the tavern?
Of course I did.
I told you not to stare. You stare in a no tavern, and that is how you get into a fight.
Was
I
there a
gave
fight?
directions. Anywho, she says that the cyclic order sends their regards.
Yeah, of course you do.
We will
Send their regards.
meet them soon enough.
I told her her days were limited.
I do
You're
wish Bonnie
damn
just
right.
finished her off for us.
Hmm.
If she's not ready to act again just yet, I suppose that's well and good. We have time to prepare for Estelheim.
She said that she would see us in Estelheim as well.
Ugh, no, I can't do another
Who won't?
one.
Who won't?
I-
The whole world is in Estelheim, apparently.
I'm just trying to relay the information I have.
No, thank you for that.
Thank you, Jane. I'm very frustrated right now. I'm sorry.
What do you do look like you've been drinking already, by the way?
Because we have.
Yeah, that would be the wine.
The sun is not even high in the sky yet.
I know. I know.
Kavara would be disappointed at that.
I'm disappointed in myself.
I dislike this city. Only one good thing has come of it.
And what's that?
I got to strangle a snake.
You don't say that sort of thing in public, Reed.
No, he means literally. I think he literally strangled.
Salama, but
Yes,
he's
that's-
alive yet.
Which he shouldn't be. The snake's a fucking asshole.
He's a snake. I don't know. I don't think he should reconnect with those 3. In fact, before we leave the city, I would like to tell those 3 paladins as they walk out in their glory to not let him back into their circles.
Absolutely not.
Why is this?
He revealed to us, Lorenz and I, that he received a prophecy in the sands that the greatest story he will ever tell would come from following the story of 3 paladins. Now, maybe he is correct, but I do not think he is the one worthy to tell that story. I'd rather it go to another.
Like
And
you.
who will tell that story then?
Well, I wouldn't mind, but I don't intend to stick around with them. Not unless they're headed to Estelheim.
As Mulv said, they are heading to Teresa's. And as you know, we have business there ourselves. Well, Reed and I have business there. So it is likely we will meet them. Should they survive that city.
Speaking of Leora, don't let me forget, you and I need to discuss Turisaz, but I think maybe we have enough on our plate already.
Yeah, of course.
We will need power if we are to kill the jackal. More
Well, why don't
than
you
we
swear an
have.
oath, Reed? There's power right through those doors.
I
Yeah.
do not need someone else's power, someone else's approval.
If any of us are likely to swear this oath, would it not be you, Fenton?
To Kavara.
That is the deity that you follow, is it not?
I suppose, yeah. But no, not to that extent, Foshkra. I was being rhetorical. Perhaps we wait for those three to come out and then we hit the road again. I don't know what other business we have here.
Are there not oaths that your people take, Foshkra?
We take oaths to clan, to people, not to deities.
A deity that does not wish to be the center of your oath. But would this Maroon bless you to protect the people you have in the stands?
And what of the other Kakra paladin at the inn, who told me that if I wish to kill those who threatened those that I wish to protect, is not the right path? I would not swear such an oath and limit my ability to protect those.
An oath is your choice.
I have already sworn one. I will not swear another.
I enjoy that thought.
I don't understand what you mean by that, and I'm not going to ask.
I would like to make it known that I strangled a snake.
Again, you should not say
I
that sort of
believe
thing
that
in
was-
public.
I believe that was already mentioned.
Yes. Reed smiling.
Oh, look.
You
he's
did great,
smiling.
sweetie.
What's the plan?
I believe we're waiting for the three to come out.
Yeah, and then after we warn them about Mr. Asshole, plan is to hit the road, I think.
Before we discuss plans to hit the road, is there anything in this city that we could possibly acquire for the journey? Any place that we could maybe walk through quickly and browse and see what is ought to offer?
Is a mountain cold? Yes. Are we prepared to go up a cold mountain? Answer.
Well, my poncho comes from Estelheim, but warm clothes would be advisable, yes.
I think I will be fine without.
Marinus looks at the cloak that he's wearing. Is it sort of like a thin or
Just pretty thick, but going up into a mountain, it might not be quite enough.
It was made in the sands, was it not?
I'm talking about the cloak of protection that he had.
Oh, right.
Yes.
I assume that most of Chain stuff is light, considering he was so far south in the Twin Blades.
Well, I spent more gold than I care to admit in that God's forsaken brothel, but buying warm clothes is a good idea, yes.
Sounds like we need to find me a casino.
Did you purchase more than
I'm
drink?
joking, it's okay.
All right. It's not long until they exit one by one, crossing a moat that leads to this cathedral and heading down a bridge to your way. Megrax is the one that emerges first, and he just says, I thank you for your encouragement. I'm off to Theresa's, I guess. See you there?
Are you heading out before Mav and Sting?
No, with them, but they should be out soon.
You
Well, sorry, good?
you go to a cruel place.
I'm from that cruel place. I know it.
And you want to fix it
Yes.
by killing.
If that is what it takes, then yeah. I will.
That is the Teresa's way.
Smiles very thinly. I guess you're right.
The killing, I think, only makes it stronger. Nothing stays dead there.
I know that very well. Sting's the one that approaches next, and you can see he's smiling and laughing and balancing a rapier that now glows with a sharp yellow light on one hand. Didn't waste any time at all.
You recovered quite quickly.
Well, yes, the abilities of a paladin quite afford me the ability to heal, wouldn't you know? Quite useful in a pinch. Gives you a wink.
Would definitely keep you from bleeding out from a dagger in your side.
Then maybe you should have been in Merrin's chambers instead of me. Oh, he's an intimidating man. But, alas, I did what I must.
A man, you say?
A taller one. Head touching the skies. Imposing, yes. Not a man. A deity. Fitting for it, I'd say.
I will remember that next time we attack one.
You joke, surely.
Oh, you
Reed's still
have to go with
smiling.
them.
I like you. You're funny. Mauve emerges next, and you can see her walk with a more defined purpose than when she entered. And she gives you a nod and says, Right, well. He wanted me to stop swearing.
Oh.
Oh no.
Uh,
I'm sorry
How
for
long
that,
is
Mav.
that going to last?
For the rest of my look,
For the
it
rest
will
of
be
your
an
fucking
adjustment.
life, right?
Yes. She tries to say fuck you, but she curtails herself. Yes.
Chain will mimic her voice and say "fuck you" to Fauskra for her.
Yes, please use my voice for that purpose. Thank you. I've never thanked a Kenku more in my life. Continue your work, Chain. I respect you. I think you're an awesome person. Keep my voice alive in the way it was intended to be, right?
I got
Attaboy. Thank you.
Jane, if you
Now
ever
I'm off
say
to kill some. Marin, damned undead, right?
Mauve,
Okay. Right, okay. Off we are.
can I suggest something, Mauve?
Yeah.
First of all, congratulations on your newfound station. Is Sting coming with you to
Yeah.
Turisaz? Really?
Of course I'm going with him to Turisas. We
Well-
fight quite well, allies.
To all three of you, then, you may notice the snake is not here. I don't know how much he told you about his real reasoning for following the lot of you, but should he come crawling, slithering back, I recommend you turn him away.
Why is that?
Do you want my interpretation or his?
Do I care? Is there a difference?
Well, he told me and Lorenz here that he started following you in the first place purely because of a prophecy that he received in the sands. He wishes to follow the most extraordinary tale that he ever will, and yet he neglects to record this most important part of it. I do not think he is worthy of what is ahead of you, because I do believe it to be something great.
See Ma frown. Well, he's always been a bit weird.
He's also an asshole.
Oh yeah, we knew. He does think he's better than everybody else he meets, but you know,
I got the
I guess this
impression.
Sting just laughs. He's a ridiculous person. What am I supposed to say about him? He's entertaining to speak to.
Well, if he
Don't
comes
you find
back,
entertaining thing?
just know that his motives are ulterior. I suspect you have more power than him now, but I don't think he would thwart you in anything you do. No, I think he's perfectly safe just as an observer, but I don't know. I've got a bad feeling about it.
Thanks for the heads up. Mauve seems to be the only one really taking you seriously. I'll keep it in mind. Never a fan of the guy.
Well, he had me fooled, but
He's a good talker. Look, I guess it's time we part ways, so... Thank you for everything. Wouldn't be here without you, quite literally. I guess we'll
Before-
meet in... Therisaz, eh?
Before
It's sometime down the road.
Gotcha.
before we all like officially part ways, Jane will tell Mav, mostly because he figures that Agarix might not entirely listen. As like his tricks that he's picked up over the year for dealing with like remnant pains from scars from burning. He doesn't know if it'll
Okay.
work on scales or like the difference between acid and like fire burns, but he figures some
Mauve
might
notes it
might
down
help.
and gives you a profuse thanks. Right then. Caravan's on the other side of town, so we gotta walk over there, but... You're at Astelheim, right?
Yes, we are.
Good luck on the mountain. It's a beautiful place.
Good luck to you too.
Until then. They each give their respective goodbyes and start heading the other way.
role play it, Leora. Play it out.
Or is there perhaps too much background noise for Leora to use the mic? Or is perhaps Leora just having voice troubles at the moment?
Oh,
A loud cat.
Aw.
She's being
Understand.
Charlied.
you know
Being
the rules of this
Charlie.
campaign, right? We're obligated to post photos. But in either case, roads always split, and the party is left amongst themselves again.
The snake will only hurt himself.
Unless
I
you go
hope
and choke
so.
him again, I guess.
By the way, what next?
I
If
believe.
you
Estelheim.
have problems with the cold, I suggest preparing.
What Reese said.
Reed is going to glance up at the sky and trace some clouds with a finger and get a sense of what the upcoming weather is going to be like.
Roll me a wisdom check.
"23.
There's rain on the horizon, but it's distant. You know, Esfelheim this time of year is very snowy as the air begins to cool down. Might make it a bit tough to get up the roads, but not this early in the summer. You should be fine. It's still warm.
As long as we do not become distracted for weeks, we should make it in good time."
So are you saying that we need to prepare or not?
Prepare for snow.
So that's a yes?
Reed just stares.
More clothes wouldn't hurt.
Alright.
Alright. I'm not the type of DM who enjoys shopping roleplay particularly, unless there's an interesting vendor.
We
So
can
I'd say that
hand wave just as, hey, we bought, just some basic winter
I
supplies.
do like
and
hand waving that kind of
food.
thing. It takes some time to go, but there are many different shops. This is a very common pilgrimage stop for those on the way to Estelheim. And there are many different vendors of all alignments that sell different things. It just depends on, a Leonin coat might be warm, woolly, an Arkakra one would be pristine. If you get a coat in the Noel War, it might be the skin of someone who died in the arena that was scavenged from, but who's asking? It's the cheapest one.
Fel, can I request, if the party is shopping for warmer clothes, I trust my Esselheim poncho is enough, but would love to go busking in the meadow quarter for a bit if everyone else is shopping around.
Go ahead and roll a performance check.
Come on, that 20. Yeah.
It's no poppy wine.
It's no poppy.
Can Lorenz
Make about
join
go.
him?
Yeah, you can aid him if you'd like.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Singing or?
More or less focusing on a specialty of performing a sort of card trick.
tricks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My apprentice keeper.
Go ahead and reroll the performance check, Fenton, since you would be doing so at advantage with the two of you combined. It's a little better. You make 4 gold back for the half an hour or so spent shopping and gathering supplies, food, more equipment to put in your pack. Laden with loot, your travel might be a bit slow as your packs are heavy, but better be prepared than not, right?
absolutely.
Time for all
Is
of
it
us to be
heavy?
killed in an avalanche.
Yeah, but I mean
Uh,
things like pythons, snowshoes, goggles. Those are probably necessities if you're trying to brave the route up to Estelheim. And then,
Yeah, what about pythons? I also have 1,000 ball bearings.
oh my god.
Imagine 1,000 ball bearings rolling down a snowy
We
mountain.
love 1,000 ball bearings.
All of them would collect snow as they roll. And then you have just this massive avalanche seen for miles around down the side of the mountain.
Well, you know my plan if we see Uthrin.
1,000 ball snowball bearings.
Eric, Fenton fly chain up with his 1,000 ball bearings so he can drop them on Uthrin's head.
You're gonna
He
make me
might die.
confused. I'm gonna swing it. I'm gonna end up swinging it at Fenton on accident.
Fine, then just give Fenton the 1,000 ball bearings.
Soon you convene, unless there's anything else you'd like to do in this town, near the gate leading north to Estelheim. I'll
Can I try and find spare change? Lay on the ground.
roll me a. Go ahead and roll me a perception and a dexterity check. And in which quarter are you doing this in?
Leonin.
Okay, good choice. You make 1 gold and 6 silver from Leonin that have presumably gotten drunk and had some fall out of their pocket at some point whenever. They seem to be taking things carefree.
Hooray! You said I need a dexterity check or dexterity save.
Dexterity check. You don't need it at this point.
Gotcha.
There's a figure that is sort of leaning his back on the edge of the wall leading to the exit of this tavern. A snake with silk,
Oh no.
calmly strumming his lute.
Time for round 2.
Not this guy again.
As you approach, he says, "Well, on your way?"
Is the entire party together or is he talking to me?
Entire party's together. He places his hands behind his back and looks at you each individually. You would make an interesting story. I will be watching you at some point.
We've got plenty of authors here already.
I have 3 to guide, I would say, is the word. I posit to you that you were calling me a bad storyteller for not witnessing a thing in its prime, but I would like to suggest this into your mind. If I can view a memory as it was seen by the individual, as Mauve as she left proud, chest high as Agarex, as he saw Merrin desperately clawing to survive a sting pledging revenge with sweet, sweet taste in his lips. What place do I have as an observer when I can simply collect their memories? Interject a few of my own. They will always remember me being there, cheering for them, smiling, waving. And they will forget whatever it is that you told them to make them leave without me. Until we see each other again.
I do hope you beat Rook back to the sands.
Do you? She was always just a piece. I was worth more than her on the board. Goodbye.
Bye.
He turns and strolls away, silk floating through the air, still calmly playing some song.
I hate him.
Is that the one you joked, Reed?
Yes.
You should have done it harder.
Yes.
Yes, you should have.
I think he has regained some sense of self-worth in his charades.
I wish he would lose it all.
Did anyone understand that?
He is not our problem in any case.
No.
Hey, I found some money. Can someone hold it for me?
Yes, sure. And Lauren sort of weirdly holds his hand out.
Chain drops 1 gold and 6 silver into it.
I will hold on to this for you.
I didn't steal it. I found it on the ground. It was fair and square. It was lost change.
You're fine, Shane.
Well then, should we begin?
Onwards.
Reed starts walking.
On towards Estelheim.
Yes, please.
Woo, Estelheim!
I'm
Let's
so
go!
excited.
Road trip to Estelheim.
Ah, it's been so long.
No,
The
sweet
city of
Dill.
Laguz stretches behind you, and I'll move the map to the setting map. Let's see.
Yes.
How long has it been in campaign, Fel, roughly?
It has been, let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A little under 2 weeks, I'd say.
Wow.
Oof, we
What
moved
a
far for 2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks and so much character development, and like, Foshkra hasn't tried to kill me again.
Time is a nebulous thing in D&D campaigns. It means rather little.
Yeah.
That's my
I'm
opinion.
gonna need like 10 minutes here.
10-minute break, sure. All right, so we can take a 10-minute break and resume for a few more minutes. I have something I'd like to do.
Ooh.
I love a something.
All right, we will return at 10:55 or whatever time it is in your respective time zones.
Fenton.
Fenton.
7:55.
Oh,
right. See you then.
alrighty.
Guys, I did it. I found money.
Yeah, I'm so proud of
Yay! Congratulations, Chain.
you. So
I contributed.
do I burn both of my 3rd level spell slots on sending, or do I?
No, wait until fucking bed, bro.
No, do it right before we go to bed.
No promises. I won't do at least one.
Oh,
Fenton,
you also
you're
still
an
didn't.
addict.
You still never used your dagger before our
I never
last
did.
long rest.
It was a freaking day. I'll tell you what.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
Every city we visit is props to the chef.
Yeah.
I
No,
man.
Yesterday in the campaign was a long fucking day.
It was good.
Like-
Laguz. Well,
Go ahead.
Yesterday in the campaign, we did a 1-to-1 time crunch.
it was almost. I think it was literally 16 hours of D&D for a 24-hour day. That was wild.
We did the 24 thing.
I
yeah.
really am so mad at that snake and the Minotaur quarter. I'm so mad.
Mm-hmm.
I, out of character, actually don't entirely understand your anger.
At the snake?
I mean, the snake is an asshole in a snake. But
Okay.
I don't understand where Fenton got the ulterior motives from. We know Eleanor told him, "Hey, you're going to watch these other three people make a great story." And
For me, it was Esalema presented himself as hey, I'm collecting stories for Thief of Roses, so I can tell him really cool stories. And I'm like, great, that's great. You ended up with these paladins. And he says, actually, I don't care about these paladins at all. It's just a prophecy that these paladins are important.
did he ever say he cared about the paladins?
No, I suppose he didn't, but that was kind of Fenton's assumption that, Fenton really viewed Esalema as, hey, he's kind of like a keeper. He's going out and finding things that are interesting because he's interested in them.
So you found something with so much similarity, yet is different in the ways you value yourself.
I think for Fenton it was like, oh, Yuan-ti actually can be a little more like me, when really Fenton needs to know Yuan-ti are nothing like you, and that's also valid.
Well,
But Fenton just had false assumptions about who this character was.
and Reed knows that Yuan-ti can be like him, but are broken not to.
Yeah, I missed that part.
Shane's just vibing.
Blood
Trying to get rid of this fucking blood bitch.
bitch.
But I do think a lot of Fenton's anger at Esalema came too when he realized, like, oh, he's spent a lot of time in this place before, and Fenton was uncomfortable in the House of Indenture specifically, where Esalema was hinted to have frequented that location and knew a lot of the people there.
So
You thought he was a changed Yuan-ti?
Well, Fenton did. Yeah, Fenton really thought, hey, Yuan-ti can be awesome and cool like me.
Oh, Yuan-ti can be awesome.
And these are... You've already met the three Yuan-ti. You probably will for the course of this entire campaign. They're very rare. I mean, you'll see. You'll see why, but...
Oh, there's a fourth I gotta strangle.
Hello.
Yeah.
I am Returnal.
Hello, Returnal.
You are welcome backeth.
Wonderful.
So, Phil,
Yes.
props for an absolutely amazing set piece and scenery setting for the House of Indenture. You could
I do
tell
intend
a
to check in
million-
with you about if it was a bit too far or too much, if it made people uncomfortable, but
I should be
may have been the intention.
I should be the one doing the checking in for
Yeah.
the lead up to strangling a snake.
Erotic snake strangling.
Back.
Personally, I think that was perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, we talking about Reed's thing?
The Stained Glass Lands is not a great place in many ways.
I think we can see that.
So,
And
what do you think would happen if you spent all of your money and wanted more?
You become one of the indentures.
you would
Yes.
keep making
Mhm.
deals until you have nothing left.
Yes, precisely.
Yeah. That's what I said in chat.
Mhm.
Yes, you did. You did say that.
I said, Fenton, don't do it. You'll get the tattoo, and that's how you pay it off.
Yeah.
My
Except
notes
you never pay it
for
off.
for the House of Indenture, by the end of it, I write in all caps, I hate this place, I hate this snake. And then there's a gap, and then I wrote, after being out of there, I need to calm myself. This is Baphomet. This is lawful evil. It is. And I think that's how I feel about it.
It is.
I don't know. It's the only place where
It
anyone
is.
ever talks to Reed like he's normal.
We were talking about Fushker talks to him like he's normal.
He is totally.
Yeah, I think it's indicative that the woman told Reed that Reed was the kindest person she's met since.
Right? I thought that was genius.
Lawful evil does seem like the most evil kind of evil. It's intentional, very systemic evil.
Well, Asylum. Well, never. Yuan-ti are neutral evil. They don't really
Yuan-ti
care.
being their own thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lorenz was suffering in there.
The House of Indenture was meant to scare Lorenz a bit. I'm very glad that you decided to go there.
Oh.
I'm very
Is there
glad
any-
that it was
Lots of
Foshkra.
sorry?
I was going to ask, is there any place in Laguz that you were hoping for one particular character to interact with or go to?
I thought Foshkra was going to go to Sting immediately on the night that you arrived and duel him.
That was potential, but I didn't have any rages left, and I was
That is a
not
good
going.
point. No, I totally get it.
I was not going to fight a swashbuckler without any rage.
I did
So-
not expect you to try to fight Whistler,
I didn't either.
and then you did.
Yeah,
Hey,
It would have been somewhat of a
Granted-
chase scene, rather, like a narrative chase scene, rather than a combat one. But
We did try to avoid fighting him. You decided we're fighting him.
no.
Yeah.
He decided
Foshkra
to have a
stayed
talk.
behind.
I only stayed behind to make sure that everybody else was able to get out, and then I was
So-
going to follow them.
Decisions were made.
Yeah, no. I
Decisions
did
were
the thing
made.
that
Dice was rolled.
Foshkra did what he was going to do, which was do what he thought he could to protect the party, and that's what happened.
I feel like my four NPCs and all of their wonderful little problems.
Snake.
We were all with them, and then by the end of this session, we're all like, "Fuck this storyteller."
The storyteller
Snake.
seems to have everything figured out.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Well, seems
Who's put
to.
Uthrin in a place where I can fuck that bitch up?
I bet I
Yeah,
can
you
make
could
a
if you
snake
challenge her
cry.
to a duel in the arena.
Did
No,
you
I
notice the
mean-
detail in the storyteller's story that might interest you?
Oh,
Who in
I don't-
particular?
The person he received the prophecy from, a blind Vulpanal.
Yeah, the one we're going to meet in Esperon.
Correct. That's the fundamental detail.
So,
I thought that was obvious.
Yeah, oh.
in keeping this party together, or mostly together, we have inadvertently helped along that prophecy.
Yes, you have. You were part of it.
Now,
Damn it.
here's the problem with this, though. We've all admitted that we like 3 out of the 4 of these characters. They're going to fucking Turlisaz.
They'll be just.
Why do you think I set them up to be likable people?
Yeah, I know.
I want to
You
cry.
cruel, sadistic bastard.
And speaking of, let's play.
Oh,
Is everybody back?
Back.
Hello.
I think so.
Off.
There.
Yeah,
Herb?
I'm here.
Okay.
Yay.
Yours was the only voice I didn't hear.
Nice cat pic.
Chain?
Yes. Yes.
I'm here.
Woo.
All right.
He's so happy that he found 1 gold and 6 silver.
The travel begins. The natural beauty of the stained glass lands is you can tell why Kieran Bell, or Siren Bell, depending on how you pronounce it, would wax poetic about it, especially since after you cross the bridge along a river, and the grayish blue hue of the tiny wasteland turns steadily into green meadows with the scent of flowers and trees in full bloom replacing the grime and dirt. There is no concrete path up to Astelheim. It is very much of an individual pilgrim's journey. There are many paths that have been carved in. The decisions are more, do I trust my gut on the leftmost path or the rightmost path? Will I find myself a comforting cave to sleep in for the night? Or will I simply have to tolerate a windswept wasteland? It's a humbling thing to be subjected to the full mercy of nature and everything that druids conjure. The journeying is surprisingly uneventful. You have 3 days if there is anything you would like to do, catch up on in terms of roleplay, interact with one another about, all of which involve camping in the wilderness, getting steadily colder, requiring you to put more clothes on, and keep the campfire warm.
I will say
Becomes a little harder. Oh, God. Becomes a bit
Yes.
harder to breathe as the air thins. What would you like to do?
I would say that daily, Chain spends time trying to work on this connection with Beldane and getting rid of it, and then also working on messing around with Donnie's arm.
Excellent. Go ahead. You can use the sending channel if you would like to reserve some role plays over these 3 days to that. But in it, you hunt, you can see a little bit more positivity compared to the absolute horror witnessed in the Plani Basin. It is calmer on this side of the mountain range. It is brighter, easier to breathe. Lacking the same horror that will linger to you forever, likely. Go ahead and roll me 3 intelligence checks, Chang.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh no. Yeah!
Hey!
Right across.
What
the
a
board.
journey.
It's something. The first day, Chain, you're absolutely frustrated. It's not making sense. Turn over in your mind almost the entirety of the second. And on the third, you finally come through with a breakthrough. You're able to fully figure out the mechanism, the clockwork, sort of snapping wires at specific locations strategically until out pops the pistol mechanism that was built into Donnie's mechanical prosthetic arm. Independently, you might have to shear off some attachments if you were to try to make it into a wieldable weapon. But you now have a firearm. You can still scent the remnants of acrid black gunpowder inside. There's a chamber of bullets nestled within, handcrafted, cold stones of metal.
Chain, what have you got there?
A gun!
No!
The connection with Beldane is something deeper. I would like you to roll a singular charisma check.
That is an 8.
The very process of trying to, in frustration and anger, rid yourself of hate is the same cycle that makes something in your chest ache. As it goes dark, you can feel some blur in your eyes, a faint purple glow. Doesn't reside or recede quite yet. How about the rest of you? Anything in particular you'd like to mention, narrate, doing on this journey, this pilgrimage upwards? 3 days of peace and reprieve compared to all the shit you endured.
Oh, thank you for putting it that way.
You chose this path, I will have you know.
It was glorious.
It was.
I didn't choose this path.
It was
I hated.
voted on democratically.
We had to come on this path because of you.
Well, anyways, definitely conversations will be had, but I think sending is a good idea. Fel, you've given me, speaking of sending, at least 6 uses.
I'm aware.
There's at least 2 that I would love to use before getting to Estelheim.
All right, get your plans out of the way. Use them. You can say them now, utter, and forever hold your peace.
First, on the day we are leaving Laguz, I would like to send to Taraji.
Yes.
And I will say, nearing Estelheim, leaving Laguz now, Are you safe? Has Kuel found you? Did my father come? Did Ciara? I will explain everything soon.
You hear a response after a moment, and it's the same hopeful tone you find quite familiar. Yes, all safe. In Shellside. Next to Free Painters Guild. Ciara new people. Stay safe. A brief moment of optimism peeks through the horrible times in the Tiny Basin. What about your second one?
Probably on the second or third day when things are calmer. Fenton has more he wants to ask more people, but he's just letting himself be for a bit, and he's going to send to Abhinava. And he will say, Abi, I can finally pester you now, so be on your best behavior. Are you well? I'll be in Estelheim soon. Where are you?
There's a very cheerful, elated response back. Fenton! I adore your pestering. I am well, in Fortuna, spending time with wolves, learning much. You have too. Find me, will you?
Wherever we're at, Fenton's just left with a big smile on his face after that one.
Those are 2 out of 6 sendings that I will inevitably have to improvise. How about the rest of you?
Trying to find Fortuna on the map.
Very top. third
Very
last
up,
range.
very right.
Oh, wow, that's right up there.
I do want to get Lorenz out of the way. Is that for probably each of these days he's sort of letting himself be more than anything else.
Sleeping under the stars is calming, soothing, peaceful. It is right, somewhere deep inside your Vulpinal soul. But compared to the agony you've endured, a much welcome change of pace. There are no nightmares that accost you on these 3 nights as you near the stars above you. On the last day, you break the cloud line and you can gaze at them all night, at any time. So close you can almost reach them. And it brings you peace.
Wonderful.
Foshkra, Reed, Leora.
I think the only thing that I can, unless any of the other party members talk to Foshkra, he would be taking the nights to write a couple of letters. But other than that, like I said, unless someone talks to him directly, he's just gonna be himself, not really engage.
Foshkra.
Read.
Yes. When
What is it?
I wish to fight you in the circle. When
Why do you wish to fight me, Reed?
You say it is to air grievances, to settle things.
And you have a grievance with me.
You do not treat me the way I should be.
And what do you mean by that, Reed?
I do not need you holding me back. I do not need you thinking you know better.
So the answer to my question is yes, you have a grievance with me.
I do.
Very well. Next we make camp. I will prepare a circle for us. You can air your grievance through words and through a fight.
There will be both.
As it should be. You know the rules. You heard me say them back in Kires to the other nose.
My staff.
Your staff is a weapon, not something you are born with.
My magic.
If it is yours, then it is yours. Granted by the land.
The land also granted me my staff.
Did it?
Yes,
thought you
it's let
purchased
me
it, but-
take it.
I thought you purchased it back in, what was it, Alaska?
Die. Fine.
Very well. When next we camp?
Which we can either do that now or
Later. It might
We do it at a
take a
later
while.
time.
Yeah, a barbarian and a spore druid dueling is
Alright.
that'll take an hour.
though
Does
you don't have your
anyone-
magical focus.
I don't have a magical focus. However, it's probably easy enough to find another.
Huh?
For druids, it doesn't have to be something super specific or artificially crafted. I can find a suitable enough trinket that I think would work as a magical focus, and if it matches the description of one, then it will work.
Gnolls believe that painting their magical foci red makes them cast faster.
Yes.
Okay, orcs from 40k.
Alright.
So
What
could
about
Reed
Leora?
potent? Yeah, I'm sorry.
Does anyone have anything else to add for their trip up? Or at least at the moment, we can always go back, do some roleplay if there are any conversations you'd like to have in this beautiful landscape.
You said there'd be rain.
There would be rain. It does rain, but it's not unpleasant. It is warm, enjoyable, palatable. Fresh rain compared to the acidic one of Tlani.
I will just sit down cross-legged and watch it and kind of I want it to start thundering and lightning, and I'm going to try to push myself outside of my body, and I want to make a thunderstorm.
It's easy enough to do. The warm rain is already conducive to it. I I'm about to sneeze. Hang on. The electricity pulls through the warm air, the hot clouds, and a brilliant flashing thunderstorm begins in this rain above, illuminating the night.
Reed's going to find a good high spot, some local peak, something he has to climb up to, something that takes effort, and I'm going to dance on it. I'm going to dance on it, and I'm going to shout commands at the sky and the lightning, and I want to throw my staff up into the clouds as high as I can, and then probably have to chase it down the mountain.
Reed, you toss it, lightning strikes it midair. You want to go, run, find it, and off the knoll goes, scampering into the wilderness as usual.
I probably
threw a
broke
stick
it.
for himself to fetch, didn't he?
Oh, shut up.
Toka no.
Toka no.
And
I probably broke it.
it's a little dented, but everything a druid sees is appreciation for the change and rot of natural processes. Lightning happening to be an odd and rare one, but a natural nonetheless. After 3 days, there's positively whipping cold. It is frigid. Your air breathes out, even at this time of the year, in puffs of breath. Foshka, you never thought it could ever be this cold in the world. It's an adjustment you'll have to make. But Lorenz, you have fur. You're a bit better acclimated, but the two Shimmering Sands residents are a little bit unused to it. Soon, you can see the peak of Estelheim. You're on the very largest mountain of this range, climbing up it, spiraling on these paths so many have taken to reach this place, Estelheim, a land of what many people believe to be freedom above all the strife and chaos. It certainly was, way back when the three individuals, the Terran and other lizard folk, the Dragonborn, and the Aarakocra decided to flee the carnage that was the Dragon Wars and establish a location on this peak. The exterior of one of the largest cities in the Stained Glass Lands becomes evident to you. You can see it is arranged on a ring, roughly around the very peak of this mountaintop. Red-roofed houses, defiantly standing against the wind and the not quite snow. It doesn't snow up very much up this high, but resolute, rugged, and unashamedly proud. You spiral up this mountain and you can see the two distinct sides of it even from below. Shale side, the one that is blessed by Kvara's sun in his trajectory around the median of this world. The side facing Kvara to the south remains almost constantly in a state of illumination, while the penumbra, the opposite, remains in the dark and cold. You know that somewhere inside is the underbelly. You can even hear the clanging and clamor of industrial machines. Once or twice you can see pipes, vents bursting, billowing black clouds of smoke. You know that Estelheim is near.
Do I hear bird sounds?
Not really, not at this point.
Fuck.
Just Fenton.
Just Fenton. Yapping as always.
Surprisingly good at controlling their themselves, except for when it's important.
And at last, there are no city walls. The mountain itself is enough of a defense. But you finally come to the small valley in which the majority of the shale side is located. A slight upward slope, the last run, the last stretch, until you have finally reached the largest city you've likely been to, unless you hail from Iris, Okerhelm, or Tyrsaz itself. The sun beams bright above you as you climb this final stretch, and you find yourselves in the city of Estelheim. Go ahead and level yourselves up to level 6.
Yes! Yes!
God.
Yes!
We actually make it to
We
Estelheim.
made it. We fucking made
Oh,
We made it.
what year is it?
It's not
To
over.
Estelheim.
I'm not finished.
Oh,
Oh.
Okay. Okay.
okay. All right. Settle down.
Okay.
Locking in. Sorry, Phil.
Roll me a 3d6, Fent.
No.
There is a change in the air, something cold, a wind whipping, unnatural reed. This is not a product of nature. It originates from the Kleine Basin directly east from where this mountain is located. You can see through this relatively clear day to the west the permanently orange woods of the ochre wood locked in perpetual autumn. To the south, the lush, far in the distance, Farakose jungle, the pyramid of the city of Iris peeking up above all the mountains. You can even see the shimmering sands if you strain your eyes enough, distorted by heat. And the Verglass Range. An insurmountable place for most. But what calls your attention suddenly to this day is a black cloud rising over Tyrsaz. Not rising, expanding, approaching, coming near. The absence before a tremendous noise greets you. There is no sound to be heard. And as this wave of something propels near towards you, you can hear it. Reed, you're the only one who recognizes it.
No.
A shriek, a gaunt, hollow yell that echoes, reverberates. There is no change in the leaves, in the stones. Wind would normally push rocks, right? But this is a grating sound that strikes against the principle of life itself. Whipping right through, stripping you bare. You can see the forests north near the Suval Arch Grove in a second, in an instant, begin to turn black, the blight of Kilani surging outwards, the Rhine-fire plains overtaken where you once stepped, now black, charred. Esselheim, half the peaks you were on, immediately surge, all the grass in it dying, the trees fading, and the echoing scream, once, twice, bounces off the peaks until there's no sound left. And we will pick up next time.